A lot's going on. Seriously, didn't anticipate all this, but we're gonna get going. Cookie Press Chat Undefeated. Let's go.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG, it's coming. 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 Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
No, I didn't see that. What you guys talking about? My greatest quotes. That's pretty hilarious. I don't know what is it. That's probably it right there. What is it? Cookie Crush Chats Undefeated. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in. We have a lot to get into. Our main focus today will be on the videos that three brothers, one last month, Jay Witt, two over the last 3 days, I believe, went up there and took FamerTube and Uncle Mo TV, I believe his name is. But I do have all that. And then after this live stream is over with, I'm going to put their links to their videos inside the comment section. That way you guys can go and watch the full thing with their commentary. That's going to be our main focus. They went up there and did some videos of these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. Sometimes we get more recently, we've kind of been losing sight on the FDMG school scam in Wilmington, Delaware, because there's been so much more going on, especially dealing with Umar and his personal dealings with people like Sister Lene, Marianne Laurent, Umar's baby mamas, his daughter, etc. So I want to make sure that we take some time to kind of refocus a bit today on these actual abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. Of course, right now, one of the big headline stories, and there's a lot of people talking about this right now, is the fact that there is a class action lawsuit against Umar Johnson, Jermaine Shoemake, spearheaded by Marianne Laurent. Shout out to her, much respect. And this is dealing with donors. There's 40 donors who donated to FDMG, and they've been waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and there is still no school. I have Umar changing the date, going all the way back to 2010. He said 2013, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. And then now he more recently said 2026. A couple of months ago, he said, well, probably about 6 months ago, he said 2026. And then he has different dates and different years where the school is supposed to be open. Meanwhile, he's still raising money. My best estimate, and I've researched Umar extensively. I'm working on a documentary on his life right now, in and around $3 million. He has to be there somewhere around there from 2019. I can prove to you all from 2019 through 2024 that Umar has raised a bare minimum of $1.67 million. Okay. But again, he's been at this for a very long time. In fact, this is the most important receipt, in my opinion, that anyone could ever read and really understand about this FDMG school scam. This is Umar Abdullah Johnson from his Facebook page. This is one of his older Facebook pages. January 6, 2010, Umar wrote, promises in 2010 to begin laying the groundwork for the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Pan African School for Black boys specializing in learning disabilities and disruptive behavior disorders. This will be a private school, and yes, you will pay in order for your son to attend. The grand opening, September 11, 2013. This is chess, not checkers. Today is December 29th, 2025. My goodness gracious. In about close to a week, this particular post, it will be 16 years old, and there's still no school, no functional school. Not one black child's been educated, no faculty, no staff. Renovations aren't complete. Even though Umar stated in 2023 that renovations were complete. No, that's not the case. The receipts that we showed today, and shout out to these three brothers, will prove that conclusively. Umar Johnson is a con man, and the chickens are coming home to roost. Okay, so again, you have all this other stuff, ancillary with dealing with Umar, his mother's situation, him trying to scam or trying to sue Sister Mary Ann Lawrence for $500,000, attempted to steal her intellectual property, the movie Awaken, and then he ends up paying out $68,000 in a settlement to her, right? And then you have the Lenon coming out. She also has a lawsuit in the works too, dealing with Umar. You have all these things, that there are ancillary to the school. It's all relevant, but see, now the chickens are coming home to roost because things are beginning to mesh. And so I want to show you guys something, and shout out to the person who sent this to me. This is on Media Takeout, and I'm hoping that larger news networks or magazines, online magazines, or vlogs or blogs, vloggers or blogs, if you will, that they will pick this story up. Look what we have here. Here's Umar, December 29th, 2025. From Tiffany Rockworth, Dr. Umar under investigation could lead to prison time. Okay, I'm going to put a link to this inside of the comment section for this video after this live stream is over with. And here's a link to inside the chat room. If someone reminds me to, I may forget. So no, I'll remember. I'm going to do the three brothers links to their videos, and then I'll put this at the top of all of that. I'm just going to read just the first paragraph here. For more than a decade, Dr. Umar Johnson has asked supporters to dig deep and donate towards his long-promised Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy for Boys. The school has pitched a revolutionary all-boys institution designed to educate and uplift young black men. But now one former loyal supporter says enough is enough. And this is Mary Ann Lawrence. On Christmas Day, filmmaker Mary Ann Lawrence announced that she has officially received the first round of legal documents connected to what she calls the beginning of a full-scale investigation into Dr. Umar and his fundraising practices. Ironically, I have all the receipts on that. I have, in my research, I've outlined whenever Umar would update people on how much money he's raised, and I track it from 2013, because he said he got land donated to him in 2013 for FDMG. From 2013 to present. Okay, and I know people can say, well, what do you mean present? Well, what I mean by that is because the last time Umar updated his donors on how much money he's received, with no evidence, proof of it though, okay, no receipts shown, was in 2020. He said he had raised $850,000. You know, in 2025, Umar is saying that he hasn't raised $1 million, but in 2020, he said that he had $850,000. And if you cross-reference his IRS filing for 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024, he's way over $1 million. He's a con man. See, that in and of itself, because I have that inside the documentary too, that segment where Umar states in 2025 that he hasn't raised $1 million. I think it was on the Up There podcast. I haven't raised $1 million. Okay, that's fraud in and of itself. I can prove conclusively that from 2019 through 2024, Umar has raised a bare minimum of $1.67 million. We're not counting all those other years prior to that. So I'm hoping that more outlets will pick this up, and bigger outlets will pick this story up. And that more people will become aware of this, because this has been going on for a very long time. Again, this receipt right here that I showed, this is from 2010. However, Umar conceptualized FDMG in 2004, based upon my research, and he was talking about it. And there are people who said that they donated in 2006, in 2007, 2008, 2009. But Umar says just in 2014. Okay, whatever the case may be, the point is that here we are in 2025. Not one black child's been educated, and he's still collecting money for a school that does not exist. Okay, I want to share that with you just because the momentum is huge. More and more people are talking about the situation with FDMG, and good. The more people, the better. Okay, I've been at this for a long time. Okay, I've been at this for a very long time. And this year was Umar Johnson's worst year. Furthermore, more people than ever, critics of Umar, have spoken out this year. And then there's more people who have dealt with Umar on a personal level, or even on the business level, to expose him as not only a fraud, but a predator in the black community. Okay, all right. Thank you all again for tuning on in. I want to thank, Black Anonymous says to check my email. Okay, I will check it. Thank you so much, Black Anonymous. I appreciate that. And thank you for the super chat as well. Yeah, I'll get over to my email right now. So let's get into the tour videos. There are 3 of those. Yes, I saw this right before I started the show. Yeah, and like I said, hopefully more people will pick this story up and talk about it. Okay, thank you, Black Anonymous. So what we're going to do during this live stream, it shouldn't be that long, is we're going to get into 3 videos from 2026 of these, from 2025, I apologize, of these FDMG abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. Okay, that Umar, he says that he acquired them. He acquired them in February of 2019. Okay, we're getting close now to 7 years later, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Yeah, we're getting close to 7 years later, and not one room has been renovated. He hasn't even set up an office up there. 7 years, collected millions of dollars. Think about it. It's fraud. He's a scam artist. He's a con man. And not one black child's been educated. All right. Let's get into it. What's up, Black Wolf says, damn, this year just ain't been right for Umar at all. You're right. Umar punching holes all in his mama's closet. Mama, they picking with me. Yeah. And for the record, Umar, he stays, if there's any new people, there's been a lot of new people coming through recently because there's all of this stuff that's been going on with Umar. Remember the 50 Cent thing and all this other stuff. Umar, while raising millions of dollars, he doesn't have his own vehicle. This is statements of fact. Right? No vehicle. He rents cars with donation money. He doesn't have his own home. He's been homeless since 2019. The end of 2019. Then you see him live streaming, and he's living in and out of hotel rooms with what? Donation money. Because he doesn't have a job. He tells people he's a school psychologist. He's not a school psychologist. See, that's part of the fraud too. He doesn't even hold any certifications, any professional certifications or a license. He never held a license. He's been living with his mama since 2020. He's been a primary caretaker, according to him, since 2017, but living inside of her Section 8 housing since 2020. And yet somehow people think that this is a guy who's going to open up a school for all black boys. Previously, it was all black girls. It was supposed to be a boarding school, if people don't know. Okay, going all the way back to 2014. Anyway, we're going to leave it right there. Thank you, Black Wolf. Let's get into it. Someone also says, Lenon, does Umar hold 6 degrees for real? My research shows that at most Umar has 5 degrees. He's only shown 3 of those. Okay, but I give Umar the benefit of the doubt most of the time. I give Umar, he showed 2 masters. He showed 2 masters in his PsyD. That's it. He supposedly has another master's and 2 undergraduate degrees. The undergraduate degree is a double major. That's not 2 degrees, that's 1 degree. But that's what I mean by Umar. He misrepresents his credentials. He misrepresents what he does for black people and what he does he's not a school psychologist. Okay. Anyway, I give him the benefit of the doubt. At most he has 5. He does not have 6. Okay. All right. Thank you for the super chats. Let's get into it. So here's the first video, and I want to shout out to these brothers, and I will do so as we get into these. Here's the first one. Here we go.
All right, great. Peace, everybody. I'm out here. I got my Assassin's Maroon on.
Okay, so this is Brother Jay Witt. I've had him on the show before, and he went up there on November 26, 2025, so roughly about a month ago, and we're going to look at the conditions of these abandoned buildings. I muted the commentary for all of these brothers, and I want to just watch and outline what I see, and you guys watch and outline what you see, and we'll talk about it. And then what I'll do is in the comment section for this video, I'll post a link to their videos where if you want to go and listen to their commentary, you're welcome to do so. Okay, so this is Brother Jay Witt right here.
I'm checking out FDMG Academy. And as you can see, it is as disappointing as we thought it would be.
I'm not in a joking mood tonight. My people in trouble. I'm not in a joking mood tonight.
Not a lot going on here. There's not a lot happening at all.
Yeah, so it's winter time, so obviously the trees, but you can see a lot of mold already on that building, on the side of it. Yeah, nothing's really changed. He's not having the grounds properly maintained either because there's all sorts of leaves and such over there. That's something that he should be taking care of and it shouldn't be an issue. But he doesn't handle basic business. Windows are still boarded up. Okay, remember Umar said the renovations were complete. Windows are still boarded up on this side. I actually haven't seen this side in a very long time. Yeah, because he's kind of going around on the back side. I think this is where behind him, I believe that's where the Boys and Girls Club is located. I believe. If he turns around, I'll be able to tell y'all. Yeah, this is the back side. I think that's where the park is at. Yeah, I think that's the Boys and Girls Club in through that gate right there. So this is the backside. Yeah, you can see mold up on the corners there coming down. That has to do with improper the water on the roof not being directed properly. The flow is not proper. Yeah, you can see the vegetation growing up the side here. Yeah, a lot of trash. You can see a lot of trash, graffiti. Man, it's amazing because Umar said the renovations were complete. Windows were boarded up back on this side. He said renovations were complete in 2023. Yeah, a lot of trash. Again, obviously, there's a camera there, but I mean, for what? Again, they're abandoned buildings. Yeah, more graffiti over here. Yeah, the grounds aren't kept. There's trash down there too. You can see the boarded up windows. There's the red graffiti. He showed this a couple of months ago, and it's still there. It looks like a bag of trash over here. Trash up over here as well. I wonder if those boots are still over there. anyway, there was some boots over there, so it looked like some Timberlands when Family 2 went up there earlier this year. Yeah, mold there too. There's a pit right here. You can see it right there, and there's still trash in there. Okay, there's a whole bunch of leaves. The leaves look like they've been accumulating there for quite a while now because we're getting into winter. All of that should be cleaned out. Okay, Umar's not taking care of basic maintenance. Yeah, another window that's boarded up here. Yeah, it reminds me of like a horror movie. Well, I mean, when you mute the audio. Yeah, the J. Moyer Academy sign is still up there. Okay, that's very telling too. So the J. Moyer Academy was there prior to Umar acquiring these abandoned buildings in 2019. It was they were vacant for, I believe, 3 years. I can tell you exactly, but I believe it was 3 years they were vacant. And Umar acquires them. But the J. Moyer Academy, let me just give this. Let me pull up my timeline here. The J. Moyer Academy, and that's just crazy because the signage is still up there, and that's something that he should have taken care of. February of 2019, should have taken it down. Initially, the J. Moyer Academy opens in 2006, and then it closed in 2010, and then it reopens in 2012, and then it closed in 2015. So roughly 4 years later, Umar, he acquires his abandoned buildings, and the signage is still there. By the way, this would also mean, if you think about it, that they're still abandoned, right? It's not as if there's anything going on inside of these buildings. So that's been ever since 2015, that has been the case. So in essence, it's been a decade now that these buildings have stood here and of no service to anyone, but Umar uses them as part of his long con. He's a con man. But it's been a decade. It's been about a decade, okay? Not one black child has been educated up in here. And he's still collecting money. All right, let's keep going. You see the paint job too? Remember Umar painted the outside of these abandoned buildings? Okay, horrible. And it wasn't done professionally. Yeah, I don't know what's going on over here. Looks bad. Yeah, it amazes me that Umar could even come online and even mention these abandoned buildings. Again, it's 6 years now and 10 months. We're getting close to 7 years that he's had these abandoned buildings. People have been talking about this bus and saying that it's Umar's bus. I don't know. Not that one. It's the gray one over there. I don't know whose bus it is. Okay, and then we see a lot of the mold situation there. Just horrible. That's a hazard. Okay, and again, the water's not being directed. There's it's supposed to be funneled down. There's supposed to be pipe work that kind of leads down from up there, but it doesn't exist. And this has been the case since February of 2019, probably even before that, before Umar purchased them, but he hasn't taken the time to get this fixed. And so there's water damage on the outside. You best believe there's water damage on the inside. In fact, I have a video where they were talking about black mold on the inside of one of the gyms. I guarantee you that it's probably all up in here. Okay. This is the larger gym though. Yeah. So and people were saying that this is Umar's bus because they said someone donated to him. I don't know. I have no idea, but I think that's where the battery is supposed to go. I believe. I don't know for sure. But somebody got in there. You can see the black mold all the way down there, just horrible. And you see the mural over there. This is a mural that Umar had painted a couple of years back. He's focused on the wrong things. You know, why would you focus on getting a mural painted when you have mold all over the place? Just horrible. Yeah, so there again, you see that mold growing down. There's supposed to be a downspout, what's called a downspout to direct the water, but it just flows over the top. Yeah, it's amazing because he said he painted the outside. I think when he said he was painting, yeah, that trash right there, that was there when Famertube went up there the first time. That trash behind, he hasn't even moved that. And Famertube went up there, I think it was about maybe 4 months ago. So there's someone threw trash over the fence there. These fences are new too, by the way. Umar had them erected more recently. He was trying to get into compliance because with the city of Wilmington, because there was a whole bunch of issues that were taking place. They were actually going to sell these properties at a sheriff's sale because Umar had past due bills. I think it was in the amount of $38,388.22. And so he allegedly he got in compliance with the bill, so he paid, but then he had to erect fences. But this should have been done back in 2019 because there were homeless people who were hanging out here, and then drug addicts as well. You have one video of a guy that was sitting up here and he was nodding out. I should play it for you guys just to show you what I mean. So this is the larger building over here, what he calls the large school. He hasn't done anything over there yet. Okay, he uses the large gym as his personal storage. When he got evicted in 2019, he moves all this stuff over there. We got about 1,400 people in the building. If you can hit that like button, I appreciate it. This right here is a bush too, by the way. And not that it really matters, but it does matter. In my opinion, if you're a grown man and you're supposed to be opening up a school for black boys, you should be maintaining this type of thing. This is a bush, not a tree. Yeah, so you can see they did paint on this side quite a few years ago. He had his loyal donors come and paint for free, and they didn't do a good job because they're not professional. There's paint on the sidewalk, and it's still there all these years later. Okay, more recently in 2025, he got these doors painted. It's just incremental things that Umar Johnson he does to give the what I call the illusion of progress. And I got that phrase from a film about Marcus Garvey in the Black Star Line. There was a film that talked about that, and they talked about how he would give the illusion of progress. So this side of the street, he's done things. On the other side, everything is still boarded up, as you can see. It's horrible. It's been sitting there for 6 years and 10 months. That's crazy how much time has passed. 6 years and 10 months. And this side, he's taken boards off just the front windows. So it look again to give the illusion of progress, but he got new windows put in. He said he got new windows put in, and you can't see into the building. You can only see out of the building because they're tinted on the outside, as you can see. Yeah, I'm gonna let this play. Let me see if I can find this other video for you guys of this. There was a drug addict. He was nodding out up here on the steps. Yeah, it was from 2025. Yeah, this is it right here. So this is from January of 2025. I'll play it in just a moment, though. Let's stay focused on this. See, there's mold here too as well. Let's see the downspout. It's a serious problem. This fence was erected recently as well. Okay, he has to come into compliance with the city. But again, this should have been done back in February of 2019, as soon as he acquired these abandoned buildings. He did get signage put up here. I remember when all this took place. Again, incremental. Okay, this is anything substantive. Again, there's mold remediation that needs to take place. There's all types of issues on the inside that need to take place. By the way, in 2019, the The Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, which is the government agency, they put a report out where they did analysis of buildings in this area, and they classified these buildings as brownfield catalyst sites. And what a catalyst site is, a brownfield is it's land or a structure or a building. It could be on the surface of the property. It could be in the building. It could be in the soil. That it's toxic. Okay, so there's toxicity levels that are not conducive to human life. Okay, not to that extreme. It could be. Okay, but they would recommend that people not be around this area. Right. So these buildings were classified as brownfield catalyst sites, which means that not only are they're toxic, but they also have the potential to toxify surrounding buildings. Okay, and again, part of it I think is the mold, but there's other issues too. And that report comes out. There's mold all down here too. And Umar, he's never mentioned that. That was it came out in 2019, the same year that he purchased these abandoned buildings. Okay, so that fact alone, and what they suggested to the city was to demolish these buildings back in 2019. Yeah, someone said FDMG graveyard. Yeah, again, that's a bush over there. That's not a tree. It's so overgrown. Yeah, Umar's not serious about opening up a school. If he was, from day one, he would have been up here every single day, and you would have seen some significant progress. It doesn't take it's almost 7 years. Okay. Now this is a Fammer Tube. Okay, but before we do this one, I want to pull up another video just to show you the types of things that are going on up here. And this is just a short clip here. This is from January of 2025. Yeah, nothing's changed. I mean, it looked bad then. This is about a year ago. See this? This is a dope fiend up over here, nodding out. I also have video of a homeless lady. Oh, this is so sad. It really is. I gotta get over that. I have a video of a homeless lady that was sleeping on the steps one time. It's so sad. You know, all this money wasted. And then one thing I want to mention with the EPA report, what they were suggesting was that these buildings be demolished and then the land repurposed for the Boys and Girls Club, which is right next door. And that they were going to repurpose the land and turn it into a sports complex type of thing, you know, a new baseball field, sports facility type of thing. And that would have been something for the children in that neighborhood to benefit from. They would have benefited from it at this point, at least for 5 years, because it would take maybe a year to get it all done. Umar comes in, he purchases these abandoned buildings, and he has to keep the scam going. And he takes that away from these children. And he's been sitting on these abandoned buildings now for almost 7 years, and not one Black child has been educated. He hasn't offered one service to that community out there. Not a book bag drive, not a Chromebook drive, not a turkey drive for Thanksgiving, not a Christmas toy drive for Christmas, nothing in almost 7 years. To be precise, I'd like to be fair, 6 years and 10 months. Okay, so shout out to Brother Witt. Again, I will post a link to his full video, and you can go and check out his commentary. It'll be inside of the comment section. I'll pin it to the top. And then this one is from FammerTube. He went out here. This was a couple of days ago. Okay, and we're going in order. Okay, this is from the 27th, 2 days ago. Okay, they're wait a minute. Those were there before the last time we went out. Maybe this is the original video. Let's see. This may be the first one. I will be able to tell because I've watched this. I remember watching the yeah, you can see yeah, suitcase. Yeah, this is what he posted. Yeah, so this is the boarded up side. We saw this coming from the other direction, I think in the Jay Wood podcast. You can see the boarded up windows, the graffiti. There's a broken light up there. Yeah, it's amazing to me that this has gone on for this long. And there are people, yeah, and there are people who still believe that Umar, yeah, there's snow outside. We'll see that in the next video. It's a light snow. There are people who still believe that Umar is going to open up a school in 2025. It's amazing to me. I showed you guys a receipt. Yeah, just trash all over the place. I showed the receipt from 2010 when he said the school was going to open September 11, 2013. Yeah, so he's coming from the back around the other way. Okay, you get more graffiti on the door, mold back there. I don't know what's going on back there. I don't know. I want to see if he pans up. Yeah, wow, that's just water. Where's that water? Where's that mold coming from? It's not coming up from the top. This is a serious problem over here. You guys see this? There's not a downspout. There's something going on behind this black panel. This is, man, I'm telling you, it's not, and again, all this should have been taken care of in February of 2019. It's not good. And it's exposed to the elements for all these years. It's unacceptable. Those are bushes. Those aren't trees. Again, this side is all boarded up. I remember when he got some boards taken off, there were people who were excited about that, but he does that. He'll give you guys the illusion of progress to get you excited, but then nothing really, there's no real progress. Yeah, I don't think this is a tree either, because trees don't grow down like that. I think that's another bush. It's nuts. Oh no, this one is a tree though. I think that, no, maybe they're both trees. Yeah, they could be. I always want to be fair. This fence right here was erected recently too. On that side, that wasn't there before. Umar claims that this door right here is another building. It's not. It's a storage that's part of this building. He says he has 4 buildings. No, he has 3. I have him on record saying he has 5 buildings. That's just Umar. He exaggerates. That's what con men do. They oversell things. Yeah. So this is just from a couple of days ago. You see these windows right here. These are the ones that he had tinted, so you can't see in, but you can see out. Yeah, this tree is heavily overgrown. I believe that's a tree. Yeah, see that? You can't even see in. I remember he was talking about that. He was like, "Yeah, I want to make sure people can't see in." And blah. I said, "Man." There's the other door that he had painted, which by his standard is a big accomplishment. There's the sign. I remember when he initially talked about the signage. I don't know what that is down there. He talked about that's a bush right there. He was talking about how he was going to have this huge sign that lit up at night, but he got that at from the Moyer Academy, because they used to have a sign out here, signage that would light up at night. Inevitably, he got those FDMG signs, right, that one right there, just overselling things. Yeah, a lot of mold that needs to be taken care of all over the place. The steps are all dirty mold growing down. Trees are overgrown. This side's still boarded up. That's what he calls the high school. It's an abandoned building. Not only is there mold, but you can see that green down there too. What do they call that? I can't even remember. Like algae or something. I don't know if it's algae. Trash down there. It's bad. I'm telling you, when he panned down, it looked like it was some police tape. Y'all see that down there? What in the world is going on? Yeah, moss. It's probably moss. I said algae. It's something like that. Why is there police tape down here? This is crazy. Yeah, boy, I tell you. Boarded up, boarded up, boarded up. They got a new panel right there. Because there was a time where Umar said they broke in and there was children in there. Abandoned building, with no electricity on this side of the street. There were children. He called the police on the children too, by the way. Yeah, clothes, trash. Look at the ground, how dirty it is. Now, the other side doesn't have as much of that dirt and grime and mold on the, well, look at that. It doesn't have as much because he had someone come through who power washed a couple of months ago, maybe about 6 months ago, and they power washed for free. They just didn't do the other side of the street for some reason. Yeah, there's mold all over. It's crazy. Look at that. I mean, I wouldn't even be up there, be honest with you. That's a health hazard. Yeah, tree way overgrown. Moldy steps going all the way up, boarded up here as well. Yeah, my goodness. 6 years and 10 months later. Those Lord Croft emblems. Let me stop. Tomb Raider emblems to get into the, let me stop. Mold up there. Oh my God. Okay, and this is a lot of mold up here going on this side. The other side doesn't look as moldy, but again, Umar has mainly focused on the small building. And then over here, this is the small gym over here. This fence was erected this year as well. Trees are overgrown, shrubberies overgrown. Yeah, this was uploaded. And shout out to FamerTube again, and also to Brother Jay Witt. Here's the mural. Looks like he's going to go around the backside of the large gym. Yeah, a lot of mold on this side. Water damage. Again, the spout should come all the way down the side of that wall. It doesn't, so it just overflows over the top. So you got seepage into it did at this point, because this has been going on now for a decade, because it's been abandoned for a decade. I'm sure that there's extensive water damage inside of this building, this larger gym. Yeah, man, I don't get it. I mean, I've been talking about this for such a long time, and you know, I have to say it's a lot easier these days to be a critic of Umar, but when I first started, it was not easy. It's just amazing that all these years, and what I mean by that is that there were so many people who were defending Umar, and they would attack people who would criticize them online. A lot of those people aren't around anymore. There's like kind of like a new crop, I would say, but that's just a dime a dozen. You know what I'm saying? I've been at this for such a long time. I've been through the fire. The point is that it's amazing that even to this day, there's people who still believe that Umar is going to open up a school. But what the evidence shows is that it's not going to happen. I don't think Umar ever intended on opening up a school. That's in my opinion, based upon all my research. But look at that. So this is the large gym. He would show this gym initially when he first purchased these, acquired these abandoned buildings, because I have no receipts on him actually purchasing it. But anyway, I give him the benefit of that when he acquired it. That's how he phrases it. And he would have his followers come in here. I can pull up the videos and show you guys if you want me to. He would have his followers come through, and this was kind of like the large gym was the big deal. But he hasn't done anything over here except he's turned it into his own personal storage. And what do I mean by that too, by the way? Well, let's go back. Here's a side-by-side on the interior.
Peace and love, black family. This is the Prince of Pan Africanism, King Kong.
See, this was when back in 2019, when he would have his followers come through, this was like a big deal, this larger gym. Interesting enough, if you guys do the research into Umar and you go back when he was looking at other buildings, he was always interested in gyms. You know, what the gym looked like, and you know what it could be, how it could be renovated and made whole, and what, you know, how great. So when he would take people through here, this was like, I don't know what the term is, not the cream of the crop or whatever, the something of resistance, something like that. But what happened was, at this time it wasn't bad in there. The gym in 2019, it looked decent. I mean, there was graffiti here, but again, it had been sitting for roughly 4 years before he acquired these abandoned buildings. It wasn't that bad, but if you look at the side-by-side comparison, 2019 to 2025, you can see that no, there's no progress. There's regress here. Furthermore, all of that water damage that we saw on the outside of these abandoned buildings is a problem on the inside, most definitely. Right. So let me play some of this, because he used to take his donors through here, and it was almost like he was bragging about it. But here we are now at the end of 2025, going into 2026, almost 7 years later, and nothing to show for it. In fact, things look way, way worse now than they did in 2019. So that's 2025 right here on my right side, with all the spray paint and damage over here.
Consciousness, we live inside the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy, Fred Douglass building. I'm gonna let you know some of the scholars at Ifa Tunde University.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Black power. Black power. Black power.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's Tiff the Griff. That was Sharon right there. Tiff Griff used to really ride hard for Umar. Sharon, and they were Tiff the Griff was kind of like in competition. It's a big mess. She was in competition for Umar's affections, but Umar's main I don't know what you want to call it, side piece, all of them side pieces. His main side piece was Sharon. And no disrespect, I say that with respect. Okay, they're side pieces, all of them. Look how clean the gym looked. I mean, it's decent. Is it perfect? No. But look at it now in 2025.
University.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, so that's Sharon right there. She's been a day one. She goes back to Harrisburg when Umar was, for 3 months, he was a principal. And she was in a relationship. I don't know if she was married, but she was in a relationship with someone else. But he met her there, allegedly met her there. And they had a relationship, and they've been kind of connected ever since. Just a bunch of I don't know, soap opera, novella drama.
Black power.
And this is Tiff the Griff right here.
You know what I mean?
Black power. Black power.
Yeah, let me mute this. This group was part of what Umar, it's the closest thing that he's ever had to a cult. They were studying Pan Africanism. Now look at all of the everything over here in the 2025. It's just stuff scattered all over the place. That's the same wall too back there. There's all kind of trash in there. None of that was in there, stacked all the way up the side of the wall. There's a thick film of dust. So all of this damage that Umar claimed happened in 2025, no, that's been sitting here for years now. It's probably why Umar, he stopped showing it at a certain point. He hadn't shown this inside of this abandoned building, this gym, what he calls a large gym. He hadn't shown this in about 5 years. Yeah, it was about 5 years. And he showed it this year for the first time. And look what it looks like now. Trash all over the place. And most of this stuff that's in here, this is Umar's belongings from his apartment from 2019 when he gets evicted. Okay, the suitcase, that's his suitcase. There's that big back TV right there. That's from his old apartment when he flipped the phone. He has his fitted caps up there in boxes. He has that red, black, and green shoe right there. He actually has posted that on his Instagram page many years ago. This is all of his stuff. So he just moved all of his stuff into the large gym, and he uses it as his own personal storage. Okay, this is all bags of clothes, Umar Johnson's clothes. None of this was there back in 2019, as you can see with the video from 2019. We got about 1,650 people here. I want to just encourage people, if you can hit that like button, I would really appreciate it. Our goal is always 500 during these live streams. Again, we won't be here for much longer. Okay, I just want to give you guys some insights into some of this. Let me play some of this to hear what people were saying. Most of these people are not around anymore, and they don't support Umar like they used to because they've realized that he's a con man and he's a fraud.
Excited. Wow, just to kind of watch, from the ceiling to now. But I think it looks like a college campus. The classrooms are, I don't even know, speechless. Proud of you.
What you think, Tiff?
I am excited. A lot of black children, African children, are going to be protected from the claws of white supremacy, black power, race first.
All right, Tino.
Just excited to get the young boys in and get them out, man. Just excited for everything.
All right. Sister Deanna.
Oh, this is a phenomenal campus. The school is here. We need your donations. Donate.
Yeah, someone in the chat room said, whatever happened to Ann McMillan? She was there early on in this whole fiasco. She's not a supporter of Umar anymore. I don't know. They probably had a falling out. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of people who were then surrounding this, because she used to go at people too back in the day. She was around because she was managing Umar's Facebook page initially. So she's been around a long time. If she ever wants to come on and talk about her experience with Umar, I'm sure he's scammed her. I'm sure of it. I'm absolutely sure of it. Okay, so all these people here, they're not. Most of them are not around anymore. Okay, these are what Umar is part of his cult. He was doing these Pan African classes, and they would all meet for 12 hours I think it was once a month or once a week. I can't remember what it was. It's ridiculous.
Douglas. Long time coming, but we finally got it. Bring your kids here if you're concerned about the future of kids. Black power.
No doubt, Brian. Go mind.
Now look at 2025. You see all of these books. Umar tried to play this off as if this vandalism took place in 2025. He did a whole big drama thing about this. But this did not take place in 2025 because if you look carefully, there's a thick film of dust in, I don't know what you want to call this. I don't even know it's amazing that this even exists. Right. But you see this? It's so thick that it looks like people have walked through, and as they walk through, they kind of push the dust to the side. And so you can see the tracks go through here. Look how thick that is. Man, this didn't happen in 2025. This happened years ago.
Oh my!
And Umar let it sit.
Mind.
I'm quite sure that it still looks like this now.
You hear me? This is a place. This is Black Town. This is what we need to have here. Wilmington, Delaware.
Yeah, sometimes I feel bad for these people. I really do.
No doubt. Sister Shauna.
Somebody said mold mine. Yeah, this is Shauna. She has a doctorate. I'm not quite sure in what, but she's not around anymore either. He probably scammed her too.
Listen, history does not happen overnight. This is.
Yeah, by the way, I just want to mention Umar's a hoarder, a bona fide hoarder. I've given examples of this. That's why things look like this. And he doesn't care to change things or fix things or to organize things because he has no organization skills. And it's a mental thing more than anything else. Okay, so the idea or notion that he's going to open up a school for Black children, it's beyond the scope. There's no way. He doesn't even have I'm not saying this to be disrespectful to Umar. He doesn't have the mental capacity to organize anything of significance. He just doesn't have it. Right now, does he have the mental capacity to do other things and to do those things well? Yeah, but organizing things, his brain doesn't work that way. I know that's a strong statement, but it's true. I've studied this guy and researched this guy for many, many years. I'm working on a documentary on his whole life. He doesn't have the mental capacity to do that. And there are some people that are really gifted at other things, but then there are certain things that we kind of take for granted that their mind just doesn't work that way. Okay, does it mean that they're going to be failures in life? No, that just means that they have to develop coping mechanisms and ways of getting around that so that they'll be functional. But in Umar's case, he doesn't have the coping mechanism. He doesn't have the skill sets developed so that he can deal with simple organizing. Do I need to do it? So this is from May 23rd of 2019. And a lot of the stuff that you see in this video, and this is prior to Umar, just before, this is prior to Umar getting evicted out of his apartment in 2019. A lot of the stuff you're going to see in this video, this is what you see in the video here. See all this stuff over here in 2025 that's been stored inside of this gym. This is all Umar stuff from his old apartment. So it's been sitting in here since the end of 2019. So we're talking, let's see, 2020, let's give them the benefit of the doubt, 2020, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. It's been 6 years. It's just been sitting in here. That's why there's that thick film of dust or whatever you want to call that's just packed on top of things. This is Umar Johnson's personal storage. Here you go.
Alpha male, send those resumes in. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com is what we're looking for. My thing is y'all need to, what happened?
Yeah, you see these bookshelves, these grayish bookshelves. Those bookshelves are actually in that gym. I'll point them out to you guys when we go back to the other video. Those books, when he said that they vandalized his books, well, those are the books that were stored here inside of his apartment. These posters and pictures and all this stuff, you'll see these things strewn about inside of that gym. See, but this goes back to 2019. Umar, he didn't have the skills to organize just this one room in his apartment. I think the best of my knowledge, it's a two-room apartment. He didn't even have the skill set to do that. How is he going to manage a whole fully functional school with all these multiple classrooms, so forth, the gym, so forth and so on? No, he just turns, he's turned these abandoned buildings into his own personal storage.
I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware, so the apartment is a mess right now. Y'all don't need to.
Again, it is a mess, but the thing is that Umar, he, instead of owning up to the fact that he's a hoarder and that he's filthy, no disrespect, he's filthy. He starts lying. He's a pathological liar. Why not just own up to it as a man? I have a problem, or I'm working on this. I apologize for you guys seeing this and blah blah. Like recently, I didn't mean to, but I put this chair, but I realized this whole thing like this. So, oh, you know what? This my cat came through and was biting on it and shitted on it. Just start shitting. No, I don't even have a cat. All right? No. I said, I got to get another chair. It's not that bad, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not here to impress y'all with a chair, but I'm not going to lie about it. Anyway, damn cat. But Umar, he's a pathological liar. Instead of owning up to it, he's saying he's in the process of moving, as if the condition that his apartment was in 2019, May 23rd of 2019, that it's reflective of him moving. That's not what was taking place there. And guess what? Umar never moved to Wilmington, Delaware. He got evicted out of here, and then he started living in and out of motel rooms off of donors' money for many months. And then finally he moved in inside of his mama's closet. Right?
See all that. I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware. I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware.
Just lying?
I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware.
Yeah, by the way, and I'm going to play this one more time. Remind me, behind him, these bookshelves, they're grayish color. At least that one is. There's something else I want to show you guys here. And I think it really summarizes Umar as the fraud that he is. He sets up in the corner of his apartment this whole setup that looks somewhat orderly. It's kind of like, Pan African, I guess. He has Marcus Garvey up there and someone else. I'm not sure who that person is. But this is all a facade. This is the illusion. It's like he pretends online that he's a school psychologist, but he's not. He pretends online that he's a psychotherapist, but he's not. He pretends online that he's a scholar, but he's not a scholar. But it's all smoke and mirrors with this guy. He pretends online that he has schools. They're abandoned buildings. That's what the evidence shows. And it's undeniable. It's proof at this point. But that's all the facade. When he flips the phone, you see the truth.
At Gmail.
Look at that. This is not reflective of someone who's in the process of moving. This is someone who's a hoarder and doesn't have organization skills, doesn't know how to clean up. Someone brought up when he tried to clean the toilets this year. I was tempted to pull it up, but it's so grotesque. I'm not going to do that because we're not going to be here much longer. Here we go.
FDMG.
There's trash all over the place. Yeah, and I always like to get that corner right there because if you look carefully, it's halfway up the wall. You see that? And there's that big back TV that's in the gym. Look at that. And I know I've shown this many times. I just want to take the time to show it here because we're doing some really good numbers right now. And I just want people to be aware of what we're dealing with Umar. This is a mental health issue. Okay, and I'm not here to shame anyone for mental health because we've all dealt with something at some point in life. Some people are still dealing with stuff. Get the help that you need. If you need to get with a psychologist or a therapist, do what you have to do. Clearly, Umar hasn't done that. This is a mental health issue, and none of this has changed. In my opinion, it's gotten worse because he's taken this. And from this small little room, it's not small. I shouldn't say it that way. But this room in his apartment from 2019, he took all this stuff and then he just transferred it over to the large gym at FDMG that he's collected millions of dollars for. And then he does the same thing there, but worse. Now watch this.
I can't wait to see what comes out of here, and I can't wait to control.
There's that TV right there. These are all his books and stuff. These are all personal items. See that little thing back behind the TV? It's like a Nyambi symbol or something like that. I'm pronouncing it wrong. I can't remember. I used to have back in my Black Conscious days. I wear dashikis. I had one of those medallions. I can't remember what it's called. That's from his apartment. The books, that's all his stuff.
Oh,
shoes.
Man, powerful.
Look, that look like DVDs. These are all his clothes right here.
Donate.
All right.
I feel so bad for these people now. It's just sad. They really believed in him, but there's a lot of people that used to believe. There's people who still believe him, but there's a lot of people that used to believe in him. And I always thought this lady right here was so pretty. There's a lot of people that used to believe in him, and they don't believe in him anymore. And I feel so bad. I really do. I feel bad, not for all of them, like Tiff DeGriff and Sharon, because Sharon's in on the scam. She's benefited from the scam for over a decade, because she was there from like the early days. Her and Ann McMillan. I don't feel bad for them because they know what they're doing is wrong. But a lot of these people are good-hearted human beings, and they believed in Umar, and it's sad to see them taken advantage of like this. Look at the gym, and look at it. It's you see that African doll right there from in the 2025 shot? That's from Umar's apartment. You wouldn't just have an Africanized like a doll just sitting in here. It wasn't there before, so how did it get there? Well, Umar. And it's not just this gym. He did the same thing with the small gym. I'm so tempted to pull that up. It's sad. I can show you when he first, they cleared it out, they cleaned it out, they painted it, they buffed the floors, and there's nothing in there. And then I have pictures that were sent to me by KKC. Shout out to KKC. I ain't seen him in a minute. Hope he's doing well. He sent them to me. And it looks like a hoarder situation. Now, I don't think a lot of that stuff in that small gym was from his apartment in 2019, but the point is that he doesn't have organization skills, and a lot of that stuff needs to be thrown out, but he's a hoarder. You guys know what I'm talking about? Y'all know I'm talking about a hoarder? There's a show where they have the hoarder wars or something like that. Hodor. That's people that hold on to things that they can't even use. It's a mental health issue. But Umar's a hoarder. And then he doesn't know how to organize. I'm going on and on. Okay, I apologize. I shouldn't apologize. I'm supposed to be doing a short show. Okay, we got 700 people. Maybe I should take my time. let me do some super chats, because I get a bit frustrated when I see the regression in all of this. Because if we go back to 2019, these buildings were in better, and they were bad then. Trust me, I can pull up videos from 2019. They were bad. But they're way worse now, and not just on the inside, but on the outside. Now, in all fairness to Umar, I'm always fair. He has gotten some work done with the small gym, the small gym and the small, what he calls a small school. But the small gym has been turned into a storage unit now. In that small school, it does look better. He has gotten some things done, but it doesn't look better aesthetically, meaning the paint job, because he painted it in all these horrible colors. I think that's a mental health issue too. It actually looked better before in terms of the paint job, right? But he's gotten some things. He got some doors changed out, just cosmetic things to give the illusion of progress. But see, the chickens are coming home to roost. See, and let me say one thing: even if this class action lawsuit doesn't bring forth the intended results by those who filed, it's going to set a precedence. And more people are going to start asking critical questions. And if they just look at the video evidence, and I have all of it, it's very apparent that it's not that Umar has progressed with this project. He's actually regressed. And that's frustrating for me, because he scammed a lot of people out of a lot of money, made a whole lot of promises to Black people, and not one Black child has been educated to date. Okay, TLJ says donors who constantly donate and keep donating without no results is called insanity. It is called insanity. It is. Donors need to do a self-evaluation on themselves. It's a shame. You're absolutely right. And I think that we all should at times in life. But if you didn't donate, if you still believe in this, you need to do an assessment, introspection. Remember, Stevie Wonder used to talk about in one of those songs. You gotta look into yourself and ask critical questions about why it is that you believed in this guy. Like I said, there's a lot of people, TLJ, that they were there back then. They're not around anymore because they woke up. There's still some that are still around. You gotta ask your question, why did you believe in that? Why did you participate? Remember, we covered the SETI rant yesterday. And in the aftermath of that, why would you send this guy a dime? Why would you think that he's even of right mind to be dealing with children in the first place? And there's been so many other things, conscious trip. I mean, we can go down the list, fish tank video. We're going to probably get into that one tomorrow with the 2025 year in review. Yeah, people have to look into themselves and ask critical questions. And then also, you know, donors, people who didn't donate, people who used to ride for Umar and attack people who criticized Umar. I got a lot of that. You know, it's, again, like I said, in those earlier days, it was very difficult to be a critical Umar, right? They should ask themselves questions too. Even people who would sit on platforms, you know, they would sit on platforms with Umar Johnson defenders, and those defenders, they would lie on people. They would, you know, create fake receipts on people and disparage people, Umar Johnson critics, and they would sit on those platforms and talk to the, you know, they should ask questions too. So as an example, Dempsey Spears. Okay, again, he's facing a 9-count indictment for Medicaid fraud. And he used to say that me and my wife were committing Medicaid fraud. He said I was gay. He said I abused my wife. He said I was a scammer. He said all types of horrible things. He even went after my oldest son. Said some horrible things. Who does that? And there are people who would sit and watch that, and they would call in and talk with him and buddy. And those people should really ask critical questions about why they were involved with that, and why would they be involved with someone like Dempsey Spears the whole time he's committing Medicaid fraud and aggravated identity theft. Do y'all think that I didn't know that that Dempsey Spears was crooked? Come on. I'll propose that a lot of the people that used to sit on those platforms, they knew too, but there was something in them that just gave them a pass. Well, why is that the case? See, again, people should really ask some critical questions. I'm just giving one example there with Dempsey Spears. There's plenty of other people who used to defend Umar, and there'd be people who would sit in their platforms, they'd call in, talk with him, and, you know, buddy. No, now that's one thing I'm gonna tell you guys I'm very careful about. And anyone who's been around long enough, you'll notice that. You notice that about me. I don't be hanging out in other people's chat rooms. Very rarely. Very rarely. You know, I go with the information, man. I'll promote him. That's my dude, right? But you don't see me on other platforms in the chat room chatting up. Very rarely do I do that. It's a time thing. But the other thing I've learned over the years is that you have to be careful with who you associate with. You have to be careful about that. Same thing dealing with these people who follow Umar. Why did you associate with Umar? Why didn't you see him for who he was? Maybe you did, but you gave him a pass. Well, why is that the case? What about integrity? And then there's been times where there are people who I thought was one thing, and then once I realized that they weren't who they, I said, that's it, I'm done. Some of you guys have been around a long time. You know what I'm talking about. And then I had to go internal and say, okay, why did I believe in this person? Why did I think this? You know, and so you got everyone should do this, and I'm not exempt. Okay. But people who donated, getting back to your point, who donated, who supported Umar, who defended Umar, who attacked people on Umar's behalf, people who would be in those chat rooms who were of the people and calling in, there were the people who were going at people who were criticizing Umar. They should all ask critical questions. See, Umar, he really does. He provides everyone an opportunity to really reassess and do some introspection. And I've done so. See, somebody emailed me, they said, do you think that it was important for you to start to look into Umar so that you can recognize that there were things that you needed to change in your life? And the answer is partly because the truth is that even prior to me doing Umar Johnson videos, I knew that there were things that I needed to change. I was already in that process. But looking at Umar and looking at the trajectory of his life, and to see where he was at back in 2019, and then where he's at today, and then when I started to research Umar deeper, looking back at Umar from 2005 to see where he's at today, and then even deeper, look at Umar when he was pursuing, when he goes to college, and also when he was at the boarding school. Doing all this research, I realized to see this guy, I was going to say this man, but to see this guy, that his life deteriorate in this way, in my mind, I said, no, there's no way. Not that my situation was that bad, but there's no way that I'm going to be going backwards. I'm not going to regress. And what has happened is I've dedicated my life over the last 6, 7, maybe 8, 6, 7 years, maybe 8 years to get my life turned around and getting my life in the right direction. Now, in all fairness, I'm not saying that my life was as bad as Umar. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that as men, we should assess where we're at any given time and ask the critical question: where do we need to go from here? Especially if we have a wife, if we have children, so forth and so on. And I've done that. So in a sense, yeah, Umar, there's a lot that I've learned from Umar about the dangers, and I talk about this in the first documentary, the dangers of not looking at oneself critically and being honest about who you are, what you're doing, what you are aspiring to do, and what you hope to become. And you look at Umar, it's a tragic case because he's received everything that he's needed to be successful in life. And look at where we're at in 2025 going into 2026. Worst year ever for this guy. No one's fault but Umar's. Okay, he's going to blame everybody else. Anyway, thank you, TL, for the super chat. Daxter says, oh, damn, Jermaine. Yeah, that's a big old mess, you know. And again, I was me and Black Anonymous have been emailing each other a bit over the last couple of days, and I was like, that's amazing how long this has been going on, and it's just gotten worse and worse and worse for this guy, right? And I can tell you guys, in my life, things have gotten a lot better. But I had to make some serious decisions, right? And it's sad to see Umar. He's a cautionary tale. And I think that anyone, I mean, if you don't think about it soon enough and ask critical questions about things in your life, and it could be anything, you could be set on course to where and you're regressing too. And I don't want that for anyone, including Umar. Okay, thanks, Daxter. Black Wolf, thank you so much for gifting a membership. Lewis Lex says poor zombies in there have no one to chase anymore. Yeah. Those buildings, I mean, they really do. They look like a thriller movie. They look like something from Halloween, like a horror movie. That's what it looks like. And they look bad back in 2019. They look worse now. Real talk. And I can pull up the video evidence and show that to you guys from 2019. He was saying these buildings are state of the art. They're not state of the art. Ridiculous. Thanks, Louis. Slim Jerusalem says, how close do you think Umar is to fleeing the U.S.? I'm not sure. I don't think Umar is in a position to flee to wherein he doesn't come back because he has enmeshment issues with his mother. He's dependent on his mother for lodging. He's dependent on her, the finances that she receives because she's disabled and she's wheelchair bound. She's in Section 8 housing. He's dependent on her and has been for at least 8 years now, because he said in 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Yeah, it's been about 8 years. Right? It's been about 8 years, a little more than 8 years. He's dependent. So he's not in a position to just bounce because of the enmeshment issues with his mama, and he's dependent on her. He's been living off of her now for 8 years. And again, if he flees to another country, he may be able to survive for a while, but Umar's not built like that. He's a creature of habit. His comfortability level is to live in squalor and to live in filth and be in the streets of Philly with the substance abuse issue. Now, can he handle that over to somewhere in Africa? Yeah, he could, I guess. Or in some other country, yeah. But the comfortability, it won't be there. So I don't think he's in a position right now to do that. Is it possible that that's what he's going to do? Who knows? Especially with this class action lawsuit. I'm telling you guys, the chickens are coming home to roost. And Umar, he's tried to remain silent, but more and more people are going to be speaking about this, and more people are going to be asking questions. And Umar, he can't just escape it. Even if he flees, it's still going to be there. I've been warning people for such a long time not to be like that, but I've been telling people for such a long time. And people have gone at me. They've gone at my wife. They've gone at my children. Anyway, thank you, Slim, for the super chat. And thanks, Little Sucker, as well. Beta Male Strategy says FDMG fiends, drugs, mold, graffiti. Oh, man. I ain't heard that one yet. That's right, though. It's true. Fiends, drugs. People be doing drugs up there. You saw the guy nodding out. There was a homeless lady one time. It was a white lady sleeping up there. I can play it for you. It's tragic. And there's a gang of mold, and there's graffiti, obviously. We saw it. But the mold is the most, if that makes sense. The mold is the most. Umar shouldn't even be up there. Real talk. I have a video where Umar's walking. I think it was in the small gym, And you can tell he's struggling just to breathe. He coughing. I said, man, you ain't supposed to be in there. Y'all remember that? Hit the one. I played that recently. I got so many examples of just crazy. Thank you, Beta Male Strategy. A happy new year. Saturday Investors, Lenon, your channel made all this possible. So proud of you. Oh, thank you so much. Now, I appreciate, first of all, because I need, this is something I need to stop doing, is like when people say things like this, like I'm a face, I don't know what the term is, evasive or something like that. Like I'll direct it and I'll say, oh, thank you for that. But, okay, so let me just receive that. You know what I'm saying? Because I try to stay humble in all this, because you can really get caught up in the sauce. It's very easy to do that. So let me thank you for those kind words. There are a lot of people who have contributed to this process of where things are at today. And by no means is it over with. Again, I don't think this is going to go past another year in about 2 months, specifically dealing with the FDMG school scam in Wilmington, Delaware. Okay, I was wrong though, because I remember back in 2019 when he acquired these abandoned buildings, I told people, okay, and I mean I was wrong. I told people that yeah, this could probably go on for another 3 years, 4 years maybe, but I said 3 years. Well, it's about to be 7. Okay, so I could be wrong about this, but just the trajectory of all this, and there's so many other factors to look at with this. Again, the city almost sold these properties at sheriff sale this year. You got Lenon exposing him. You have Marianne Lawrence exposing him with the movie Awaken, everything that took place there. And then now there's this class action lawsuit spearheaded by Sister Marianne Lawrence from donors, FDMG donors, and shout out to her. Shout out to her. There's been so much that has taken place that I don't. And then Umar, he has some health issues. You guys know it, and we haven't covered it. But when Umar was on the Art of Dialogue, I can tell he's not well. I can tell. I'm talking about physically, and I can tell there's times where he's not well mentally either. I can tell because I've studied this guy. He's not well. So you put all of this into context, and then more and more people are criticizing more. And shout out to everyone too that criticizing. We're doing fantastic jobs too. So many more people are criticizing Umar for this school scam and other things too. You put all this together, I don't see how this can go for another 2, 3, 4 years, specifically with this school scam in Wilmington, Delaware. You guys know what? I found the receipt from the Big Papa podcast where Umar was going to sell. He was thinking about selling the large school. And I found a receipt, and I don't even know where I put it. What did I do? Did I put it on my did I put it on my no, here it is right here. Yep. It's the Big Papa podcast number 8, potential FDMG sale. Anyone heard that before? Again, well, the point I'm making is that if you put everything, all this together, I don't see how this can go on indefinitely. And throughout this process, there's been plenty of people who have critiqued Umar. There's people who were unfair in their critiques with Umar, right? There's people who have been fair in their critiques. There's people who just flat out lied on Umar. There's people who've created false narratives. I'm not the one to do that type of stuff. I'm about integrity and doing the right thing. Okay, because there's always a price when you do that to people. When people did that to me, some people still doing that with me, but there's always a price. What I say is that karma's undefeated, and one by one. I've seen it over the years. I've been at this for a long time. I've seen it over the years. You ain't got to do nothing. Just let them do what they do, and karma does what karma does. Okay, if you want to say God gonna do what God gonna do, you can say that too. That's all good with me, right? So the point that I just want to say is thank you for these kind words, but I just also want to mention that there are plenty of other people who have contributed to this in a positive way, and that the chickens are really coming home to roost here in 2025. And I have a sense that 2026 is going to be worse for Umar with all of this, the accumulation of all this, and then the things are merging as I see them. Okay, back in the day, you could see bits and pieces, but now I can see it clearly, especially with the research that I've done with Umar. I can see how things are meshing together in unison now to where Umar is going to be brought to justice one way or the other. Okay, and again, like I said, and I've said this in the past, you're going to be brought to justice no matter what. Okay, whether that is while you up on this planet or when you up out of here. Amen. Okay, that's why I don't get on here lying on Umar. I don't do that. Right. No, I can't do that because I already know the consequences. Okay. Thank you, 7-8 Vet, for the super chat. Now, thank you for the kind words. Okay. TJ also, TLJ says the lawsuit is going to have a domino effect, and it potentially, even if it does, they don't get the intended effect, it's going to open up the gateway. The other thing, though, too, is that if this becomes public record, because Umar could settle this out of court, okay, but then there could be a whole new crop of people who they go into the class action lawsuit to go his donors. It could open up the Pandora's box, and really, what the Pandora's box is, and I've been talking about this for years, is if his bank statements are subpoenaed. If his financials in terms of the digital fingerprint, if you guys know what I'm talking about, cybersecurity, his digital fingerprint, if that's all subpoenaed. So what we're talking about is Cash App. We're talking about PayPal. We're talking about GoFundMe. We're talking about Plum Fund. We're talking about checks and money orders. Okay, we're talking about his bank account or bank accounts. Okay, and that would be his personal bank account, but also his bank account that he alleges he has for FDMG. And of course, there's cash too. Okay, that's a little bit more difficult. But the point is that all of that could be subpoenaed, and all of that is, none of that goes away. Okay, there's digital records of all of that. Okay, I have receipts on some of that. If all of that's subpoenaed and that becomes public record, people are going to realize right away, and investigators will realize right away. Because all they got, then they can look at, okay, well, how much money has he spent versus how much money he's received without counting the cash. See, and then the money that was received in this account, when it went over to this account, what was it spent for? Was it spent specifically for FDMG? No, most of it has not been. What about when he's sending women that he's had sex with money? Okay, why is he sending these women money? What that got to do with FDMG? And these people are professional. I would have been good at that. I'm telling you now, because I love that kind of shit. Because I'll be, you know what I'm saying? I love that. But these people are professional. They know how to get that information. They know how to analyze and dissect that information, and they can put it together, and they'll figure out very quickly. And if that ever becomes public record, he's done. I've been telling people not to be like that. I've been telling people for years. But if the financial records come out, minus the cash that they weren't able to track, he's going to be done, right? So that may not happen this round, but it could happen the next round. It may not happen that round, but it could happen the next round. You guys all see what I'm saying? So yeah, it could be a domino effect, right? And shout out to Marianne. Okay, thank you, TL. Beta Male says East Side High looked better than when Joe Clark got it. We were talking about that the other day. I'm telling you, these abandoned buildings, they look horrible. Okay, we're going to get back to it. I know we got blowed off a little bit, but they look absolutely horrible at the end of 2025. When was the last time we saw Umar up there? It's been about 2.5 months, I believe. It could be 2 months and three weeks. As the last time was when he did those toilet videos, and he was raging. He was crashing out in those. Gross. One of the worst videos you ever see. Okay. Thank you, Beta Male Strategy. Beta Male Strategy also says, boarded up like a trap house with the windows tinted like it's 96 Priest Classic. Yeah, he put Dayton's on the screw, everything. And when they pull out CD players. Yeah. The reason why, because he explains this in a video. I don't remember what video it was, but he wanted it to be tinted because he doesn't want people on the outside looking in. That deals with Umar and his paranoia. He's a paranoid person. Okay. It's also about control because he doesn't want anyone knowing what he's doing inside. It ties to the paranoia too, but how he's conceptualized his role as a principal of these fake schools, so they're just abandoned buildings. They're still on the vacant property list to this day. How he perceives himself is as if he's this dictator. It's dictatorial. He has total autonomy and total control over these kids. Right. So part of that is he doesn't want people on the outside knowing what he's doing on the inside, because that's concerning in the first place. Because I remember he was talking about, you could tell he sees this more as if it's more like if it was a cult in the classroom and he's the cult leader. OK. Thank you, Beta Male Strategies. Mr. Thundercloud, how's it going? I ain't seen you in a minute. Hope you're doing all right. Says, I heard Amazon is filming the next season of Fallout there. Isn't it already filmed? No, I'm waiting on the next season. HBO as well for The Last of Us. Yeah, The Last of Us works. I don't know about the Fallout, though, but The Last of Us for sure. Yeah, HBO as well for The Last of Us, since all the mode is already there. Yeah, I watched the first season of The Last of Us. I never got into the second season because it took too long. They'd be taking too long. And then I watched Fallout on Amazon, the first season, and I'm waiting for the second season. Okay, thank you, Mr. Thundercloud. Okay, and then John says Umar equals fake news. I mean, he equals fake everything. Okay, everything about him is fake, including these abandoned buildings. Okay, it's amazing that this has been going on this long. Thank you, John. I appreciate it. Salute to you. And Lewis Luck said that doll is haunted. It walked from his apartment to the gym past because that doll is haunted. It walked from his apartment to the gym because it had to sit. It has to sit still when outsiders visit his mama's apartment. Yeah. And again, like I said, that's an African doll. That's from Umar Johnson's apartment. Okay, so it's not like that was there when Umar acquired these abandoned buildings in 2019. We saw the side-by-side comparison. I'll pull it up again one more time as I read these super chats, and you guys you can view it for yourself. And there was that doll right there that you're talking about. That wasn't there before. None of this stuff was in that gym. At least most of it. I would say 98% of the stuff that's in here, 99% of the stuff that's in here wasn't inside of this gym going back to 2019. But Umar again, and there it is. There it is right there. Let me go back because remember I was talking about Umar in his bookshelves. These are his bookshelves I was talking about in another video. Y'all see that? Hit the one. Yeah, I almost forgot to mention that again. And this damage in here, this is old. Okay, these books are looks like they're baked into the floor because they've been sitting so long. And what I mean by baked is there's no HVAC, so in the winter it turns into an oven, and in the winter it turns into a freezer. Look at that. Yeah, so that doll, that was not in here back in 2019. Okay, this is just another example of Umar. He's a hoarder, and he's turned this larger gym into his own personal storage. Meanwhile, I collected millions of dollars, and not one black child has been educated. All right, thank you, Lewis Luck. Kel sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much, Kels. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. Let me play the audio right here because it's interesting. Again, like I said, a lot of these people aren't around anymore, and they believed in Umar. Look at what they're doing.
We inside the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. I'm doing a tour with E.F.I. Tunde University. You know what I'm saying? We up in here, FDMG.
See Tiffany trying to tip the griff, trying to be all up in the business, trying to get the attention.
Get them donations in. You know what I'm saying? That's what we doing. Donate, 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 donate.
Well, this is sad. This is it's a scam, y'all. This is such a scam. We're going into 2026.
Donate, donate, donate.
Yeah, I mean, if any of these people here ever want to come on to my platform and talk about, how they feel about where things are at in 2025 going into 2026, you're welcome to do so. Look on the 2025, the side by side. There's another bookshelf right there. Y'all see that?
Yes, sir. We need.
Man, this is crazy. There's another one right there.
Them donations
back there. That looked like a mattresses back behind that black bookshelf. If you guys look back there, it looks like a mattress pad and the thing that goes under it, the spring box or whatever it's called. Hit the one. Y'all see that? I don't know if I mentioned that before. Let me go back.
Donate. Yes, sir. We need them donations.
Yeah. You see that back there? Yeah. So right behind, you see the bleachers back there that's folded up right in front of those bleachers. Those are some mattresses. I mean, it's actually possible that that's Umar's old bed. Y'all see that? I don't know if we saw that before. I don't know if we saw that before, but I see it this time. It's always something. You always find something new in all this trash and filth. How's it going, Creel? Creel been around a long time, too. She's one of the OGs. One of the OGs from the beginning. Thank you so much, dear. I appreciate you, sis. Yeah, a lot of these people, they're not around anymore. But if they ever want to come on and talk about, their experience with Umar and how they think things have that's what it's called, a box spring. Yeah, because we don't have one of those, my wife and I. But it's called a box spring. Yeah. What's up, Jimmy? Jimmy Jamboree. Yeah, that's Umar's crib bed. That's what he called. He called it a crib bed. And then you see the pictures and the picture frames. That's all from his old apartment. Okay. Yeah, I never saw this before, but I see it now. That's crazy. Okay, let me let this play.
Black family, let's get it popping. So you know what? We're gonna walk back to the other side so I can put the alarm back on, and we're gonna go visit school number 2. We up in here, FD.
Okay, again, that was another lie that Umar was telling back then, that he had an alarm system. I know it doesn't seem relevant, but it speaks to the truth that Umar, he's a pathological liar. He used to pretend that he had an alarm system, but there's no electricity. And then, so what he ended up doing is that he would put batteries in the actual unit so that when you push the buttons, you will hear a beep, but nothing alarms. Okay. Now there's videos later on the other side of the street where he gets electricity turned on. There's still no electricity on this side of the street. Okay, almost 7 years later, with the large building. On the other side of the street, he's had electric work done over there. I always give Umar credit for when he does things. And then you'll hear the difference once he actually gets the electricity turned on. You'll hear the alarm system actually alarm and disarm, right? But back then in 2019, he used to pretend he's a con man. Pathological liar, paint false narratives. Again, that's the illusion of progress. We have this security system. Okay, if you have that security system back in 2019, then how did all this vandalism take place in 2025? See that? Hit the 3. I just thought about that. If you had an alarm system back in 2019, how does this vandalism exist in 2025? Well, he never had an alarm system. He would pretend like he pretends to be a school psychologist and a school principal and the most requested scholar. He's not even a scholar. Okay, he's nothing more than a dope fiend from Philly. Real talk. And I say that with respect. Okay, not to him, but I just want people to know I'm not saying that to shame him or to belittle him. I'm saying this as a statement of fact. He's a bum from Philly, a homeless man from Philadelphia.
FDMG, Ifa Tunde University. Shout out to all my donors, you know what I'm saying? It's been all love.
Yeah, it's always about the money. Okay, I know we got a little bit sidetracked here, but it's all good. We're still doing good on time. Let me check in with the poll question. If you haven't voted on the poll, make sure you do so when you can. And if you enjoyed any of this show so far, okay, we're going to be here for just a little while longer. Make sure you hit that like button because it helps to get this video out into the algorithm, and it's important. You know, I've been at this for a long. We already reached the goal. We had 615 likes. Thank you guys so much. Okay, let's go for 700. Why not? Okay, so the poll question is: what year did Umar Johnson acquire the FDMG Vandals in Wilmington, Delaware? Okay, we had over 1,470 votes. 19% said in 2010. 23% said in 2014. 54% said in 2019, and 4% said in 2022. Okay, I'll answer this poll question later on. But I'd also want to remind people that in 2010, Umar posted this on his Facebook page, just to show you how long this has been going on. And it was going on prior to this. This is just when Umar posted this on his Facebook page. January 6th of 2010. Promises in 2010 to begin laying the groundwork for the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Pan African School for Black Boys, specializing in learning disabilities and disruptive behavior disorders. This will be a private school, and yes, you will pay in order for your son to attend. The grand opening September 11th, 2013. This is chess, not checkers. This post is about to be 16 years old in about a week. I've been warning people for such a long time. By the way, Umar, he's homeless in 2019. He's living in and out of hotel rooms in 2020 on donation money because he doesn't have a job. Like I said, he worked consistently from 2001 through 2006, then intermittently on contract in a charter school system. And he claimed he was a principal at that time at some point. But as a school psychologist, I know this, from 2006 to about 2010, 2011. Okay, he gives up his career as a school psychologist in 2011. Okay, with the hidden colors blowing up at a certain point, he makes a decision. Okay, he's already speaking. He's getting more speaking engagements. He's not big time quite yet. He's not international, but he becomes at a certain point. Right? And then he works in 2014 for about 3 months. And then in 2017, he works somewhere because his child support docket shows that. But it's not for a long time. Other than that, this guy, he hasn't worked. So what happens is that in 2019, when he gets evicted, he's living in and out of motel rooms in 2020 on donation money. And then he moves in with his mama. And I have the receipt to prove it. Not only does he move in with his mama, he turns his mama's residence into his own personal storage, just like he turned his old apartment into his old personal storage. You remember I showed while he flipped the phone, all that filth, just like he turned the small gym into his own personal storage to a degree. But then he also turns the large gym into his own personal storage to the extreme degree. You guys see a pattern here? Here's the video. See, he flipped the phone while he was inside his mama's closet. See, this is his mama's closet. Real quick, I just want people to be clear about this. If you look behind Umar, you'll see books. Okay, those are books, some of the books that he brought. Who knows? Okay, probably brought it from his old apartment. A lot of those were inside of the gym. But these may be books that he purchased, and he just starts, because he's a hoarder, and he starts stacking them inside of his mama's closet. What this is, it's a small closet in his mother's Section 8 residence housing, and there should be a washer and dryer in there, but there is none. Okay, but it's amazing to me. This guy, there's no washer and dryer. Umar, this is where he live streams out of, starting in 2020. And if you look back behind him, you'll see he has like this Marcus Garvey banner. But if you look back behind that, that's the key. It's just like a stars and moon and sun type of tie-dye type of thing. And you guys will see that you'll see Umar starting in 2020 live streaming with that particular backdrop. Okay, anytime you see that, this is Umar live streaming in that washroom. I could just call it his mama's closet. And he flipped the phone during this live stream. And when he flipped the phone, you can see that he's a hoarder and he's still living in filth. Filthy wall. There's a sack of potatoes in the bottom corner. I don't understand. Why would you even put a sack of potatoes inside I don't get that. I don't get that at all. I don't get that. He has a tripod there. That's where he was holding the phone. And then he has his clothes just stacked up in there, some oils stacked up in there, an Egyptian, a book, looks like a Medu Neter Egyptian book right there. So he's turned the whole second floor of his mother's Section 8 housing into his own little spot. He's a hoarder. And just for so he flips the phone. You see the curtain back there too? Okay, that lace, that's his mama's closet. It's a very narrow space too that he's in. You see how narrow that is?
Who we got next tapping in? Who we got next tapping?
Yeah. I should pull up the chair too, but I don't want to be petty. Okay, because that's another indicative of Umar hoarding. I just want to see for shits and giggles. Let me see if this is that one. Let me see. I think this is that one version.
Where's Red Medusa?
Oh, this ain't the one. There's one where when I downloaded, it's translated into German. So you hear him talking, but it's all in German. Anyway, this is the actual the full version right here. Anyway, this is where he flips his phone. And how Umar explains this, just like when he flipped the phone and showed his hoarding condition, he tells his audience that he has some he needs to wash or fold clothes. Let me see if that's this one. Let me see, because I have a couple of versions of this. Let me see.
Who we got next tapping in? Who we got?
Because people start talking about it in his chat room, and the excuse he gives is that he needs to fold clothes and that it's natural, something like that. But remember, he flipped the phone at his residence back in 2019. This video is from 2023 that we're watching right here. And I have videos starting in 2020 where he's live streaming with that tie-dye star and moon, sun type of thing in the background. That's how you guys can always tell that this is mama's closet. But when he flipped the phone at his residence back in May of 2019, he gives an excuse that he's in the process of moving. Well, what he does here, instead of owning up to the filth and the hoarding, he says that he has clothes to fold. Okay, well, if it's clothes, why do you have a sack of potatoes in there? And why would you have a sack of potatoes? Anyway, he's a hoarder. Let me let this play, because I want to see if I'm sure at some point they start questioning him about the hoarding situation.
Who we got next tapping in?
And like I said, he doesn't have any organization skills. None.
Cornel West is running for president. I heard he left. The party he was with. He going with another one. Refolding my clothes, family. It's all natural. It's all natural. Just got a couple clothes I got to handle. Who tapping in?
He's a pathological liar. It's so unnecessary. Out of all the things he gonna say, I need to fold some clothes. No, that's not a fold clothes situation. Did he say refolding? Florida boy, did he say refolding? I don't know. I didn't catch that. I didn't even hear that. Shout out to Florida. Let's go back. You ain't gonna catch me in Florida with all them gators and stuff. Boy, you ain't gonna never catch me up over there. Y'all crazy for living up here. He said, did he say refolding? I didn't hear him say refolding, but look right here. This ain't a folding situation. It's a hoarding situation. And the wall's all dirty. Let me let it play. Let's see.
Happening.
He looks so dejected and disappointed in himself. What's up, God, little princess? Yeah, baby. I forgot about
Cornel West is running for president. I heard he left.
Sweet little baby gator. Na 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 na. Sweet little baby gator. Where are you? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Sweet little baby gator. Where are you? Yeah, that's when one time Umar had a little baby gator necklace on, and that song came to mind. Some of y'all remember that hit the one. I used to like that song. I forgot about that one. Jimmy Jamboree. Okay.
I heard he left the party he was with. He going with another one. Refolding my clothes, family. It's all natural. It's all natural. Just got.
Oh my God. He said refolding. Boy. What's up, Dr. Sebi? How's it going, Katavet? Angie? He said, Umar said refolding. Meaning he folded them, unfolded them, or folded them and threw them in there to hoard, and then he's going to fold them again. This guy is something else. Listen, Ernest, don't be a hater. Okay, be thankful. I try to put on a good show. I like people to have a good time. Okay? The cookers that like that. Okay, you may not like it, but that's okay. Anyway, yeah, he said refolding. All right, now, just one other thing, and this is going to be a little bit petty, just a little. I want to play y'all something. This is the video when we first realized that Umar Johnson was living inside his mama's closet and live streaming out of his mama's closet. And this is the video right here. Look at the backdrop. Now, he was live streaming prior to this in his mama's closet, but I didn't know, and we didn't know, I mean, the Cook Crush chat, that this was his mama's closet until this video. Any of y'all, were you around back then? Hit the 10. Hit the 10 on this one. We were watching this video, and it's unique because Umar's ranting inside this space. We don't know where he's at exactly. And then the doorbell rings. Yeah, see, some of y'all been around. This was one of the big moments in this whole Umar. What's up, D-That's-All? A big moment in this whole Umar Johnson saga. And shout out to everyone who's been around that long, because it's been a while. I was going to Ashley. He said, "Mama sweater." Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. What's up, Keylogger? We were watching this, and it didn't make sense because the initial video was edited on King Kong Consciousness, but I got the YouTube page, but I got a hold of the original copy, and I thought that Umar, in the King Kong Conscious version, Umar gets up out of the seat after the doorbell rings, and he goes over to the side, and then they cut what happens next, and then he returns. So there's a segment, probably about 2-3 minutes, that we don't see. And I thought he just opened up a window. I didn't know that this was his mama's closet. It wasn't that he opened up a window. It's a sliding door, like a barn door thing, that he steps out of. And in the full version, okay, I'll explain in just a moment. This was one of the big moments in this Umar Johnson saga. What's up, Black? Well, I know you were around back then. Let me explain what happens right here. Again, he has that backdrop back there. Anytime you see that backdrop, he probably gonna change it now. But anytime in the past where you see this backdrop, this is Umar live streaming inside of his mama's closet. So watch this. The doorbell rings.
Excuse-moi.
Umar stops because he wants to go get to the doorbell. I also want to mention that this is another aspect of the hoarding where he has this broke down, beat up chair and he can't let it go. Just like all of that shit in that large gym, he can't let it go. The shit in the small gym, he can't let it go. When he flipped the phone in his mama closet, when he said he needs to refold clothes, a lot of that shit needs to be thrown out. Probably that sack of potato as well. So he gets up out of the chair and we were like, what is going on? We were focused on the chair. I was like, what is this going on with this chair? And we were joking around. But lo and behold, behind the scenes, Umar, he's having a conversation. He goes to the door, opens it up, and there's a caseworker checking on his mama. Man, now that I think about it, with everything that Lenon talked about, you see how all that comes together? Yeah. Yeah. A caseworker, and I know it was a representative from an it's like a elder. They check on elders, people who are elderly. I ain't gonna tell you can hear her name, you can hear the organ. I ain't gonna tell you all that. He has a conversation with her, and she asks Umar. He says that his mama's not there. She's there. Where is she gonna be? She's bedridden. Umar doesn't let anybody else see his mama. He don't let his family members see his mama for years. Meaning his siblings, he won't let, he pulled a gun out on his brother, real talk, on his brother who wanted to see the mama. The mom, I kid you not, I interviewed Umar Johnson's nephew. Shout out to him. In fact, his mama's mama, Umar's grandmama, before she passed, she tried to see her daughter. Umar wouldn't even let her see, and she passes without being able to see her daughter. What kind of man, what kind of son, what kind of grandson? And then Umar's trifling ass, he goes and speaks at the grandmother's funeral. This sounds like some Tyler Perry shit, don't it? Or that one lady, they be writing them things, you know, how to get away with murder. She's a real good writer, whatever. That's what it sounds like. You can't make this shit up. So it all aligns. The caseworker is checking on the mama. Umar says she's not there. Where is she going to go? She's bedridden. She's wheelchair bound. She can't go nowhere by herself. Umar, you're the primary caretaker. Where'd she go? Now that I think about it, you see this? He lied. And they asked, who are you? He says, I'm the eldest son. And then he says, you know, they just extended her hours, meaning her hours of care. And he's saying that to justify why it was that he was there at that time, because he's not supposed to be there. Umar, he self-snitches, just like with the scrub daddy situation, with the metrosexual, self-snitching. It was getting late, and you know I always got to bring this shit up every time. I tell you up and down. It was getting late, and you know. He washed my hair. He bathed me. No, I'm exaggerating. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. No, did he? And so he stayed the night, and he just slept on the couch. Really? Well, there wasn't no couch for this metrosexual guy to sleep on that went to your apartment after 2 a.m. Not apartment, to your hotel motel room at 2 a.m. To wash your hair. He slept in the bed. But see, Umar self-snitches because he's trying to cover things up to justify why it is that this metrosexual stayed my thing is this. Am I being petty? Since we got a gang of people in here, 1,750 people up in here, let me be a little more petty because Sister Marianne Lorient uploaded, she went back to the scene of the crime. I know I shouldn't say it that way, but she went back to the scene of the crime, family. She went back to the scene of the crime, and what was revealed in that video may shock the world. There was no couch. Umar said he slept on the couch. There wasn't no couch in there. I'll pull it up just to be petty. Then we're going to start getting closer to kind of sort of winding down. Okay. I know I played this yesterday, but we got a gang of people in here. Why not bring it up again? Okay. Just because. Let me see here. I don't know where I put it. Is that it right there? No. Oh, well, I can't play it unless I go download it again. Oh, here it is right here. Here's the video.
Okay, family. I am at the Red Roof Inn. I wanted to make this video so you guys could see the exact room that Dr. Umar was in. Here's the room.
See that? There's no couch in there. There's a little old chair over there. And why would you have a man, a metrosexual type, come to your hotel room after 2 a.m. to wash your hair? And to do something else. What was it? Not the scrub daddy. We just put, this is what we call the guy, the scrub daddy. That's the guy that came through. See, what a man would do, instead of letting another man, metrosexual type, come to his hotel motel room at 2 a.m. to wash his hair, that shit don't even make no sense. What a real man would do, assuming that he's heterosexual, is he'll just jump his ass in the shower and wash his hair. Okay, I don't have hair like I used to. I used to back in the day. I did. I had a flat top. I even had cornrows one time. A couple of times I had cornrows. That's when them young ladies, boy, I was a decent looking young man back in the day. I could have crushed a lot of cookies, but I wasn't living like that. I never lived like that. I don't believe it, because I'm hygienic. I can't be all up in some stuff and just then the next day be in some more stuff and never gonna be into. That's not hygienic to me. You know what I'm saying? With all the fluids and all this, that's okay. Okay, that's just me. Okay, now the fluid ain't nothing wrong with it. Now you know what I'm saying, but I'm just saying. That's the elixir of life, in my opinion. Men hit the one. All right. Anyway, what you would do is you just jump your ass in the shower and you would wash your hair. It may take about 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, and that's it. But not Umar. Why only see one brother hit the one? Some of y'all, boy, I tell you, I done thought. That's what I thought anyway. Some of y'all, Let me stop. I'm just playing. Yeah, some of the women hit the one. Yeah, we got it like that. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm shocked I ain't seen enough men hit that one on there. Anyway, what a man would do, they would just go in there and just wash your hair. You take 4 or 5 minutes, because we ain't trying to do all that and be, because women, they'll wash their hair for 2, 3, 4 hours. The women out there, I have to wash. They be preparing before they go wash their. I gotta get ready to wash my hair. I said, what you mean? Just go on in and wash. No, I gotta prepare. And they be out of the shower to prepare before they get there. And when they get there, they've been there for 2, 3, 4 months. But that's a woman. She gotta do what she gotta do. With your pretty self. You're fine. Okay. All right. But men, we don't do that. So why would Umar need another man to come wash his hair and do the thing? With the scrub his hair down. I'm adding. I'm adding to it. Scrub his hair down. He got to scrub his hair down and part it. Put the clips on this side, just switch it over to here, intertwine that to that, and move it over. I know I'm being petty, but the point is that you don't have to have another man, a metrosexual type, come through after 2 a.m. to wash your hair like that. Because what a real man would do, they would just jump in the shower and just take 2-3 minutes to wash their hair. And so this metrosexual male stays the night. And then when they pick Umar up, Umar has to come. He self snitches. I'm gonna pull it back to. I'm gonna bring no Diddy. I'm gonna bring it back. Umar, he self snitches because he knows that people are gonna be wondering why it is that this metrosexual male that washed his hair the night before is still there when they pick him up in the morning. In the morning time. So what does Umar say? Oh, it was getting late, so he stayed the night and he slept on the couch. Well, Marianne said there wasn't no couch. And then she went back up there and did this video, and there's no couch in there. There's a chair, and it's a small chair, too. You see how Umar self-snitches? See, that metrosexual slept in the bed with Umar. That's what it was. Because if it was anything else that was reasonable to explain, Umar wouldn't have to lie about a couch. See, Umar's so stupid. What he could have said was, well, I rented him another room, but y'all picking us up, at the same time. But he didn't have to say anything. Real talk. He didn't have to say nothing. But he self snitches. I'm gonna bring it back. He self snitches over and over again. And Umar, why didn't you just do that, homeboy? Because there was no couch. Why don't you just rent a room? Because you Big Papa, right? And so he has a spot. The whole scenario, it don't make no sense anyway, assuming that you're a heterosexual man. Now, what I think, real talk, what the evidence shows is that Umar is bisexual. And like I said yesterday, that's okay. People are into different things. It doesn't make you less of a human being. Now, there's some people that'll criticize and okay, I get it. But from my vantage point, it's not really relevant. It doesn't change my analysis of Umar. It's not going to make me less fair in my analysis of Umar. It's not going to change the dynamics of this FDMG school scam, at least to any significant degree, in my opinion, although it could be argued otherwise. But Umar has to lie. And the fact that he lies unnecessarily is he did it because he wanted to cover up. He knew that people were going to ask questions. Why is this dude still up over here? But he self-snitches, and he can't come up with a better explanation other than to lie and say that he slept on the couch. There wasn't no couch in there. What he should have said, if he was going to lie about it, say, hey, listen, yeah, I got him another room, and he just stayed up over there, and then we met this morning so you guys can pick us up, but not Umar. Okay, real quick.
The chair, like I described, and we have a safe here. So I'm just showing you guys the room, and then I'll give a little bit more detail.
Real quick, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Someone made a comment about this too, because there's been people who have looked at this and they've asked some, because I like critical questions. It's very important. If we go back and look at this video, we have to ask the question, assuming that he got his hair done. By the way, his hair in Awaken, it doesn't even make sense because his hair, he should have got if he was going to get his hair done, he should have got it done prior to Awaken. But in the movie, when they were filming it, I think he had like twists. So what are you going to be? I don't get that. You guys understand what I'm saying? I don't mean to get sidetracked here because I want to have a shorter show, but let me just let's look at the video evidence here, if you guys don't mind. And we're going to get back to our intended reason here for gathering, if that makes sense. Yeah, I think this is it. This may not be it. If not, I can pull up the yeah, that's not it. I'll pull up and I have it, but it's not populating in my what you call it. But what I'll do is I'll pull up the trailer, and I just want you all to look at Umar's hair. Yeah, that doesn't even make sense now that I think about it. Here you go. So let's skip through. Here it is right here. So there, he's going to wash this. I don't get it. Why didn't Umar just wash his hair? Oh my goodness. You see this? Look, this is a good a shot right here. The story doesn't make any sense. Now, I don't know because maybe, I don't know. I can't explain it. I don't have hair, but even if I did, it doesn't make any sense. Why after this event is over with, all the filming would you need to get your hair washed after 2 a.m. in the morning? There go, what's her name? Well, I should pull up the video where she was up in there. Oh, for the baby. She was crying in the gym. It was so ridiculous. Y'all want me to be real petty? I'll pull that up. What was her name? Charlene or something like that? Yeah, I don't get it. This is what his hair looked like. Why there was filming? I don't see why he just didn't get his hair washed prior to it. Why did he have to do it the night before he actually leaves with a metrosexual male after 2 a.m. and the male stays there overnight? It just does not make sense whatsoever. What's up, Kev? Yeah, if I want to be real petty, I can pull it up. I can't even remember her name right now. I got called her Charlene. Her name ain't Charlene. Anyway, let me go back to this video.
And then I'll give a little bit more detail. This is the bathroom. This is the exact room. Now, this is where the welcome basket was put. Here's a chair. Here's the bed. And I told you, desk, chair, refrigerator, microwave, television, and I guess this is for your luggage. This is the room. The only things that's different, they changed the color. He said the wall used to be red. They renovated. It's been 3 years since the movie, so the wall is gray. This is what production could have afforded, which I think the room was decent for 3 days. And then they had an AC over here. Excuse my wallet and key. Here's your AC. There you have it, family. There you have it. Now, I'm 4'11", and I can't sleep on this chair. But he said there was a couch. This man crashed on the couch. I'm 4'11". And as you can see, there's no sleeping on this. This is a chair. Okay, family.
By the way, here's video of that Umar did while he was live streaming in this particular room. Okay, back in 2023. I can find out for sure. 2022. This was what my receipts showed. This was August 30th of 2022. Okay, August 30th of 2022. This is Umar. He's popping pills in this video too. Yeah, y'all see the red? See, what he does is, in order to stay up, and in particular with this, because they were filming late into the mornings and getting up extra early, so there's not a lot of time to actually get sleep because everything was condensed within a 3-day period. Okay, that's what Umar, because well, I tell you, she tells the story. It's horrible what he did and what he put her through. But everything was condensed into a 3-day period, and she was amazed that Umar, he was so energized. Well, part of the reason why is because he was taking pills to energize himself. You get my drift, okay? See him sniffing? See that? Okay, these are physiological reactions because Umar knows what he's about to do, and so he starts having these physiological reactions even before he does it.
Peace and Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the audio is off with this one. I have another version. Yeah, let me pull up the other version. I'll let it play though. Yes, at least it's off to me. Is it off to you guys? Let me know.
I thought a 3-hour lecture and 3 hours of book signing was something.
Oh, there we go. Here we go.
I thought a 3-hour lecture and a 3-hour book signing was something. I thought a 3-hour lecture and a 3-hour book signing was something. I'm just taking my daily vitamins. I'm just taking my daily vitamins.
Again, he doesn't have to tell people that, but that again is Umar, his way of putting a narrative out there so that he can justify why it is that this metrosexual male stayed the night. I'm just playing. You guys get my point. Why it is that he's popping these pills. He does this over and over again. Okay, we're gonna get back to the chair situation, and then we'll get back to the main video. I'm taking a long way around. Okay, but I'm very clear about where we're at right now. That's how my mind works. Let's go.
Brothers and sisters, I wanted to go live. I was going to save this for Dr. Umar TV, and I'm going to go in more in depth.
That's another scam that he was running. He set up Dr. Umar TV, and it was a subscription-based type of platform. Okay, that he got the money, didn't produce the content, or produced very little content. Okay, same thing with Big Papa Podcast.
On drumar.tv. So if you're not subscribed to www.drumar, if you're not subscribed to www.drumar, make sure you go and subscribe to drumar.tv. But I need to give a shout out. First of all, let me say good Garvey Day. Good Garvey Day. Let me thank the Most High.
Yeah, there's a delay on my end with the audio. Let me know if it's a problem. I mean, I can pull up another version, but we can just let it play. It's no big deal in my opinion.
For bringing me back to consciousness on this earth plane where I can impact the destiny of African people. I want to say thank you to the Most High for blessing me with so much love from the African family that we were able to raise and purchase a 4-building, 2-school, 2-gym campus.
Okay, it's 3 buildings, abandoned buildings. They're not schools. Schools are a place of learning. This again, he's a pathological liar, painting false narratives.
Let me say thank you to the Most High for allowing me to be born in such a challenging era for African people. We would not be born at this time if the Most High didn't have confidence in us to succeed. We would have never been born at this time if the Most High did not have confidence in us to succeed. Every obstacle placed in our pathway as African men and women, every obstacle placed in our pathway as African men and women, I said, every obstacle placed in our way as African men and women is put there so you can overcome it. And in the overcoming of the challenge, in the overcoming of the obstacle, in the overcoming of the barrier, you get a little bit closer to achieving God consciousness. See, without the overcoming of the obstacle, you can never truly know your divine purpose. Without the overcoming of the obstacle, you could never truly know your divine purpose. See, in order for the caterpillar to fly, in order for the caterpillar to become a butterfly, it has to be cocooned. It gets trapped. It gets trapped in darkness. And if it doesn't break through the cocoon, if the caterpillar never transforms itself and break free of the cocoon, it could never know how high it could fly. It could never know how high it can fly. One of the things that I have learned so much, and I'm going to get to my Nigerian Africans in a minute. I'm going to get to my Nigerian Africans in a minute. I'm going to get to my Nigerian Africans in a minute because I just got invited to Nigeria. I'm coming back to Nigeria for the first time since 2008. 2008. I'm coming back to Nigeria for the first time since 2008. But before I get to Nigeria, I want to say, that one of the things that I've really appreciated about studying and practicing Ifa, the Yoruba system of Nigeria, or should I say the spiritual system of the Yoruba peoples of Nigeria, is in Ifa you're taught that good and bad are not opposites. They actually collaborate in the unfolding of your destiny. That everything good also accompanies its opposite, and everything bad also accompanies its opposite. So we as African people have to stop feeling like we're cursed when we're met with obstacles. Stop feeling like you're cursed when you're met with obstacles.
See him popping the pills? I mean, and he's just throwing those pills back. Okay, this is how it was that he was able to sleep very little, if any at all, in order to get up early
get my body ready.
Go to bed real late.
I'm the star of the movie, brothers and sisters. Who coming out to see the Dr. Umar movie? Who coming out to see the Dr. Umar love movie? We had a love scene in.
See, he has to call it a love movie. It was Awaken. But you see Umar, and see, this is his way of trying to pretend as if it's his movie. He's the one that put it together, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. We filmed the love scene yesterday, brothers and sisters. It was a little uncomfortable. We didn't do too much. It was a little uncomfortable, but me and the queen got through it. We filmed the love scene. I never thought I would be that nervous in the face of 5'5", thick in the thighs, curvaceous, natural hair, chocolate goddess. I never thought I'd be that nervous. But when them cameras came on and I had to do my fake love making, when the cameras came on and I had to do my fake love making, when the cameras came on and I had to do my love making,
more pills. You just throwing
them
back.
The point that I'm making, these are not pills, these are herbs. Herbs, not pills.
No, those are pills.
I'm taking herbs, family.
Let it out.
Herbs.
See, this is Umar gaslighting. Clearly, those are pills. Now, he could say that these pills are made from herbs, I guess, but they're pills.
Herbs.
He always self-snitching. Boy, that's crazy. This guy.
Need that garlic, that vitamin C. Pop a few black seeds.
Cut it out, Umar.
But
those were pills, not black. Cut it out.
We have to understand that the negativity is just as essential to destiny as the positivity. The negativity is just as essential to destiny as the positivity. The negativity is just as essential to destiny as positivity. We have a purpose. You have a purpose. Find your purpose. Give your life to your purpose. But in order for you to maximize your purpose, in order for you to live your purpose, in order for you to realize your purpose, you're going to have to leave behind you a lot of spiritual vampires. I'm going to say it again. What I've noticed in my 25 years of psychology, therapy, mental health. Shout out to Cleveland. I am in your city filming a brand new movie. My first movie that I acted in my life. Filming my first movie that I've ever acted in my life right here in Cleveland. The movie should be ready by Kwanzaa. The movie should be ready by Kwanzaa. My Kwanzaa tour this year will be to travel and do a screening. I'm calling it the Black Love movie. I cannot release the name. I'm calling it the Black Love movie. I'm shooting a film, fam.
He's calling it as if it's his. This is Mary Ann Lawrence's work. See, Umar had already had it set in his mind that he was going to steal her intellectual property. So he's talking here as if he's already done so. This makes sense? Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying, Simeon. So he knew that's why he didn't want to sign that contract, because he wanted to put everything in jeopardy so that ultimately he can take control of it later on down the line, and or to sue Mary Ann Lawrence for $500,000. Y'all see this? He knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing before he even came out there. And here, right here, this is just indicative of that. This guy, I mean, he's diabolical. He really is. Yeah, there's a delay too with the chat room on my end. So if you guys don't mind, hit the refresh, or hit the refresh reload button on your browser. And I'm going to do the same on mine because I have another screen pulled up over here because there's a major delay. So I'm going to hit mine now. If you guys can hit yours to reload your browser. Okay, yeah, okay. Now I just got this one just popped up. Someone put refresh. So if you just put that in, yeah, okay. It's on my end. It's fine now because it shows the time. The time is correct. Okay, thank you guys so much for that. We're going to go for about another 30 minutes. I know we were supposed to be talking. We're going to get back into the video, maybe a little bit more than 30 minutes. If you guys will be patient with me. It's just that there's so much going on right now with Umar, and there's so many different pieces to this that are converging. And the lawsuit now that's being filed, this is, again, historical. This right here, I know people don't think of it like this. Some people may not think about it like this, but these videos, these are historical documents in essence. They're just in video form. And even in this video, now that we know what took place, and when Umar went out there to Cleveland to film the movie Awaken, Sister Mary Ann Lawrence movie, when you watch this again, and I haven't watched this in a very long time, things you can pick up on things and you see things quite differently. So this is a historical document I think is very important. So I'm going to play a little more of this if you guys don't mind.
King Kong Consciousness is starring in his first film ever. We're shooting in Cleveland. All day yesterday, all day today, all day tomorrow. Mike got to do. It's been fun, but it's a lot of work. It's been fun, and it's been a lot of work. And today, I'm going to meet my side woman, the woman on the side. I can't give you the whole story, Africans. I can't give you the whole story, Africans. I can't give you the whole story, Africans. But you know, alpha male, you meet another queen. You feel me? So today I meet the other queen.
There you go.
Okay. Today I meet the other queen. Okay. So you know I told you the two queens can't be the same complexion.
Color, here's the colorism.
The wife is a chocolate goddess.
Here he goes.
And the side piece, she's a butterscotch queen.
Butterscotch. This guy, he crazy. Popping more pills.
Anyway.
I was trying to find the video of Charlene when she was crying. Her name is not Charlene. I just can't remember her name right. I was trying to find the video, but I couldn't find it. I looked through my folder from 2021. I thought it was 2019. I looked through 2022. It might be 2020. He got a gang of pills. And different ones, too.
Anyway, brothers and sisters.
Umar, just because you show it and it says something don't mean that that's what's in it. Okay. Anyway. Goofy.
You're going to have to leave. You're going to have to leave a lot of spiritual. There will be a snow bunny. I can't give you the whole story. There will be a snow bunny. I can't give you the whole story. There will be a snow bunny, but I can't give you the whole story. But what I'm saying, stay focused, Jermaine.
See? Because Umar wanted a scene, a sex scene, type of sex scene with a white woman that she has her breasts all out, pushing on his chest. That's what he said. I want you to be a big bested white woman and take her shirt off and jump on top of that and press her breasts up into my chest. And Marion Lawrence like, nah, we're not gonna do that. But you see right there? You know what I'm saying? Marianne Lawrence ain't told one lie. Yeah, he was. He was excited too. He get to play out his little fantasy. She sure did. She sure did. And it's all right here.
Maniacs. Stay focused, Germaniacs.
Okay, Germaniacs, that's his harem. That's his groupies. He calls them Germaniacs. We were talking about that recently. Like Hulkamaniacs.
Stay focused, Germaniacs. You're going to have to leave some spiritual vampires behind you towards the fulfilling of your destiny. And a lot of you are going to fail to fulfill your destiny because you can't let go of people in your life who are spiritual hindrances. You can't let go of some of the demons in your life who are spiritual blockers. You can't let go some of the human beings you surrounded yourself with who are limiting your blessings and draining your energy and sabotaging your goals.
Yeah, see, this is Umar. He's actually projecting here. It's just incredible. He's such a deceiver.
And limiting the growth and manifestation of your God self. But you can't let him go. But you can't let him go. One of the most important things we must do as African people on a spiritual journey.
Mm-hmm.
One of the most important things we must do as African people on a spiritual journey. One of the most important things that we must do as African people on a spiritual journey is constantly clean out the clutter from your human relationships.
Clutter? I'm going to play a little bit more. I'm intrigued.
Said you must constantly clean out the clutter. You must constantly clean out the clutter of your human relationships. Some of y'all got 30 main people in your life. Nothing wrong with 30. But if you got 30 main people in your life and 25 are spiritual vampires, if you got 15 main people in your life and 10 of them are spiritual vampires, Black woman, if you opening your legs,
here he
Black
go.
African queen, if you opening your legs.
Here he go.
Black African queen, if you are opening your legs and revealing your honeycomb hideout.
Yeah.
You're providing the diamonds of your womb. You're giving to that man the sweet nectar of your apricots.
What in the world?
And if he is spiritually diseased, see, we talk about sexually transmitted disease.
See, this is all projecting right here. I'm sorry, people. I did not mean to go this far, but it is. He said apricots. This guy said apricots. What in the world?
But what about spiritually transmitted diseases? We talk about sexually transmitted diseases, but what about spiritually transmitted diseases? I've got to go back to drumar.tv and do some seminars on spiritually transmitted diseases. I have to go over to drumar.tv. Make sure you register. Make sure you register www.drumar.tv. It's only $9.99 a month. All my Germaniacs, it's only $9.99 a month. But black woman, if that man has a spiritually transmittable disease, are you having sex with a man who has a spiritually transmittable disease? Black man, alpha male community, silverback African gorilla men. If you
silverback African gorilla men.
You are.
By the way, you see how Umar's getting more hype and animated? That's the effects of him taking these pills. Look at him. He started off somber, like real kind of laid back. Look
constantly draining your ashe in the waters of a toxic sister. If you are constantly putting your divine seed in toxic waters of a spiritually transmittable, disease-infested woman, because every time we lay down, the woman is a magnet. The womb of a woman is a magnet. It draws out the divine testosterone and ashe of the black man's seed. And if you constantly going swimming in toxic waters, if you constantly going swimming in a woman with toxic vagina, spiritually transmitted disease, spiritually transmitted disease.
See him sniffing and shit? That's them pills. I've been telling people. And look how he get all freak off P. Diddy and shit. What you talking about? Why are you talking like this? See, as soon as he's talking about that white woman and that sex scene with that white woman, you see how he gets all like this?
How are you going to achieve your destiny? You got to have a certain amount of ashe. You got to have a certain amount of ashe. You got to have a certain amount of ashe to get up in the morning and take a bath. You got to have a certain amount of ashe to get up in the morning and brush your teeth. You got to have a certain amount of ashe to go to work, a certain amount of ashe to deal with racism, a certain amount of ashe.
Umar, you ain't doing none of that. Cut it out.
To be tolerant of your family members who are haters, some of them. You got to have a certain amount of
okay, here you go.
ashe to deal with the people in your life. But if you having sex with a toxic energy, if you are laying down with someone infected with a spiritually transmittable disease, if you are laying down with someone who is infected with a spiritually transmitted disease, that means you are participating in your own spiritual suicide. You are participating in your own spiritual suicide. Here's the question. Here's the question.
This guy crazy.
Here's the question. How can you?
I was wondering about this. The thing is that this video, and I would have to talk with Marianne Lauren to get the exact date. She actually, I could figure it out. I would have to go back and listen to the original interview that I did with her, because she gave a bit of a timeline on what days he came out. He wasn't there just for those 3 days. This could be. It could be. It was recorded on August 30th of 2022. This could have been that same day. It could be the day before. It could be the day after. I'm not quite sure. I could find out though. But I thought about that.
You claim to be divine. How can you claim to be divine? How can you claim to be divine and you sleeping knowingly with a demon? How can you claim to be on a divine quest, knowingly sacrificing your ashe to a demon because you don't have the discipline to cut off the sex, which is the portal through which the spiritually transmitted disease is sabotaging your life? Don't claim to be divine. Don't claim to be on a divine journey and you giving your ashe to a demon. That can't work. You can't serve two masters. And brothers, we've been there. We all fall short.
See?
Men, we've all fallen short. We've all dealt with people. We've all dealt with people who we knew were no good.
Man, this guy, he's something else.
Woo! Gotta get ready for filming. Filming resumes in 45 minutes.
Oh, man.
Filming resumes in 45 minutes. Everybody about to come out to the premiere. We're going to have a red carpet here in Cleveland. All my Ohio Africans, Western Pennsylvania Africans, Eastern West Virginia Africans, my Illinois Africans, Pittsburgh Africans. But let me stay focused. So, where was I? I know. Hit the Cash App, $ FDMG School. We got a lot of bills for the festival. We making the FDMG festival bigger and better. I want to see every last one of you at 601 East 17th Street in Wilmington, Delaware. I want to see every last one of you at 601 East 17th Street in Wilmington, Delaware. I want to see every last one of you at 601 East 17th Street in Wilmington. Bet you so they can imbalance.
Yeah, so this is a better version.
You. Because if you are imbalanced.
Let me just skip through.
This is why. This is why you got to take your baths, brothers and sisters. You got to wear your protective amulets. If you got some protection, wear it. Your stones, your amethyst, your crystals, your moonstone, because there's a spiritual war right along the political. You got to fight the spiritual. We're going to talk.
Yeah, this is where Marianne calls him. Check this out.
Your moonstone, because there's a spiritual war right along the political. You got to fight the spiritual and the political. They're two sides of the same coin. And the problem with black folks, we want to get free with a materialist mindset. There's no ashe in that. You don't, listen, you want to free yourself of white oppression, but you don't want to free yourself of white values. You want to free yourself of white oppression, but you don't want to free yourself of white material.
All right, so this is where Marianne calls him. And when we initially reviewed this years ago, back in 2022, I had no idea what was going on, but now we know.
Marianne, what's good?
Wow.
What time do I need to be ready for pickup? 9:30. 9:30. I see you at 9:30.
Yeah, because I'm heading to the...
Now, that first scene, what am I wearing? Is that a suit? Dashiki?
See, he's not even listening to her. You see that?
Button up.
That's not your scene.
Okay, that's not my scene. I got you. 9:30.
Yeah, he's doing this because he wants to assert dominance, but he also wants his audience to perceive him as if he's in control of this project and it's his project. He's something else. He's such a he's deviant. See him sniffing now? He's getting hyped up from them pills.
All right, we're going to talk about that. All right, 9:30. 9:30. A little mini production meeting. A little mini production meeting. A little mini production meeting. So anyway, brothers and sisters, where was I? I had an ADHD moment. Anyway.
All right, let's leave this right here. We're about halfway through. And he keeps going on and on and on. So we're now I'm going to tie all this back around. Okay. So let me get up off of here. Let's go back now because we were talking. I was playing this.
Okay, here we go.
So this was his room, the same room that he was in in that video that we just watched. It's just that the walls are now, they painted it gray over the years as opposed to it was used to be red. This is the same room. And this is the room that Umar, he alleges that the metrosexual guy that came to do his hair after 2 a.m. that he slept on the couch, but there's no couch in this room. He slept in the bed. All right. So not to get too far off here, I want to go back to the hoarding situation with Umar, and then we're going to go back to the original video. All right. So we were talking about this chair situation. This is the chair that Umar, he gets up out of, and he goes off screen. He goes to answer the door because the doorbell rings, and he talks with the lady. I'll let it play. He talks with a woman, and she's a representative of an organization who's checking on Umar Johnson's mother. And they have a conversation off to the side there. Umar actually has to go downstairs to answer the door. He's still walking down there now. I'll tell you when he gets there, because you can hear it. You can barely hear it, but I've actually taken the audio and put it in not Premiere Pro, but into my audio editing software, Pro Tools, and I was able to increase the volume and reduce the noise floor, and you can hear the conversation, right? It sounds like he's still. Okay, I can't play this one, okay, because this is where I actually I'll just play just a little bit of it. I shouldn't be playing. Well, I mean I could, but just out of respect for the mama, I'm gonna let y'all hear just a little bit of it. You can hear the noise floor increase, right? Because I increased the volume. At that point, he gets down to the door, which is down the stairs. Someone could say, well, wait a minute, why would the stairs, why would you be able to hear all that? But if you listen in the beginning, you could barely hear the doorbell because it's downstairs. The thing is that the stairs are right there. So sound is going to travel up those stairs quite easily, right? So you hear him unlock the door. And again, I raised the volume so you can hear it a lot better, but it takes him a while to get down there, right? Because this is upstairs, what we're seeing here. Okay, take a listen.
Yes, how you doing? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. She's not in there. I'm her oldest son.
He says, I'm the oldest son.
I am.
She had asked, is there someone here to care for her? He says, I am. They extended her hours from 70 to 80 hours. Okay, and again, I don't know if that's per month or per week or bi-weekly, whatever the case may be. But see, if he is supposed to stay there, he wouldn't have to tell her that. It's Section 8 housing. He wouldn't have to tell her that. See, if he's on the lease or on the rental agreement, which he's not, he wouldn't have to tell her that. This is Umar, again, self-snitching, because he's trying to cover things up. He's trying to justify why it is that he's there at that time. Just like he was trying to justify why it was that a metrosexual male was stayed the night. You guys see what I'm saying? That's how I'm bringing it all back around. He has to justify things. So that's what he's doing right here, because he's not supposed to be there at that time. So he has to tell you, I'm a primary care. I'm caring for her, and they extended her hours. This is his way to let the representative of this organization who comes out to check on the elderly why it is that he's there at that time. Because he, like I gotta say it again, if he lives there legally, he ain't got to tell her none of that. He could tell her that, hey, listen, yeah, I'm a primary caretaker and I'm here to care for her, but he don't have to explain anything about the hours. He's not supposed to be there outside of those hours, if you guys understand what I'm saying here. Living off his mama. All right, I'm gonna leave it right there because she's asking, is there a coordinator, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. A lot of this ties to what Lene was saying. Now, how we got here is because we were talking about the hoarding. I'm bringing it all back around so we get to the other video. Thank you guys so much. We've got 1,800 people in here, over 1,800 people in there. Make sure y'all hit that like button, okay? Because that'll help to get this video out into the algorithm. Thank you guys so much for tuning on, and everyone inside the Cook Chats. Cook Chats undefeated. I appreciate y'all. All right. The poll question: what year did Umar Johnson acquire FDMG Bandos in Wilmington, Delaware. 20% said 2010, 24% said 2014, 52% said 2019, and 4% said 2022. Okay, we got over 822 likes. Let's go for 900. Okay. All right. Now, I want to skip through because I want to get back to the hoarding thing. We're going to skip through to where Umar comes back to this chair. All right. By the way, he tells the representative that the caseworker that his mother is not there because they really want to talk to her. That's what he tells her. But his mother is wheelchair bound. She can't go nowhere. Where's she gonna go? She's bedridden.
Brothers and sisters, the work never ends.
Yeah, again, this is something that I asked years ago, and it sounds like he is. But the other thing is that would be subject to child support, right? I don't know. Listen, I don't know. I haven't looked into it that deeply, but I would think that if you're getting paid by the state to take care of your mother as a primary caretaker, maybe it's not subject to child support in Philadelphia, in the state of Pennsylvania. Anyone want to research that? Let me know. I mean, I could do the research. I shouldn't ask, but the thing is that I would think that it would be subject to child support. You know, it's actually possible now that I think about it, because Umar states that he's the primary caretaker in 2017. It's possible that what we see on his child support docket for that third baby mama in 2017 is wage garnishments associated with what he's getting paid from the state to take care of his mama. Now that's a doozy. Okay, I don't know that for sure. Okay, again, I'm assuming that if you're getting paid by the state as a primary caretaker, which it sounds like Umar is, that's why he's talking about the hours, that would be considered to be personal income and would be subject to child support, right? Wage garnishments. Right. All right. Let's keep going.
I'm not getting rid of my chair. I love this chair. This chair has been with me for almost 20 years.
Okay, and you're right. We talked about this. He has many different aliases, so it is possible that he's using a different alias. He could be using Jermaine Shoemake. I have a list of aliases. He has at least 12. Okay, and I don't even think that counts Nana Paina, which is another name. Ifatunde is another one. Jermaine Johnson is another one. Umar Johnson, Umar Abdullah Johnson, Umar R. Johnson, Umar I. Johnson. He even uses Umar Y. Johnson for Ibn. So, hey, listen, I wouldn't be surprised. He's a con man, living off his mama like this, getting paid. Listen, I'm not saying that is the case because I'm always fair, but that's what it sounds like to me. And I can see Umar skirting around this issue because he's been doing this for decades of paying child support. He can just use a different name. He has different aliases. In fact, I have paperwork even on his degrees. Here, real quick, let me show y'all. I'll show y'all right now what I'm talking about. These are the 3 degrees that Umar Johnson has actually shown over the years. Here's the one. We'll go in order. Let's go to we'll start with the 2018. There's 2 in 2018 because he gets 2 degrees from 2 different colleges, 2 masters from 2 different colleges in the same year. He's something else. This is degree. Okay, I don't know if this is the right one. Let me see. Okay, I'll put up the same one. Give me 1 second. Here's the other one. And let me take this one off. And then here's the third one. And this was his, I think the PsyD from 2012, I believe. Let me see. Yeah. So just notice, I want you guys to just take a look at the names. This is from January 13th, 2008. Look at the name on there. Umar Rashad Ibn Abdullah Johnson. So he's using his full name. This is his father renamed him when after he married Umar's mother, and they moved down to North Carolina, I believe. North Carolina. Umar was approximately 8 years old. This was in and around 1982. So his name became, from Jermaine Shoemake, it became Umar Rashad Ibn Abdullah Johnson. He says Abdullah, so I should say it the way he says. Umar Rashad Ibn Abdullah Johnson. So you see that name there? This is from Lehigh University. This is the Masters of Education. All right, so he showed this degree. Here is the next one. Umar Rashad Abdullah Johnson. So there's no Ibn in this one. Okay, this one over here, it says Umar Rashad Ibn Abdullah Johnson. This one says Umar Rashad Abdullah Johnson. Okay, he got these degrees in the same year. This one right here is from November 14th of 2012. Oh, wait, this is the wrong one. I'm sorry. I meant to show this one. This was from January 13th of 2012. I gave the wrong order. I apologize. This one is from December 5th of 2008. Let me go back. This one is from January 13th of 2008. And I apologize. His name, Umar Rashad Ibn Abdullah Johnson. And then towards the end of this year, 2008, December 5th, he uses Umar Abdullah Johnson. So there is no Rashad Ibn. See this? And I have him on record also using Y for Ibn as opposed to I for Ibn. And then, of course, this is his PsyD, Doctor of Psychology, in 2012. And this time he uses Umar Rashad Abdullah Johnson. There is no Ibn. Right? But I have at least 12 different aliases for Umar. And these are the only degrees that Umar he's shown. He claims to have another master's degree, and then that he has two other undergraduate degrees. But those undergraduate degrees, it's actually one degree, it's a double major. That's why I don't think he wants to show that, because it'll show that it's a double major. And it's on one piece of paper. It's not two separate, it's not two degrees. Umar, he's a con man. All right. So, yeah, as it pertains to Umar potentially, and I'm always fair, him potentially getting paid for being the primary caretaker, which I believe he is. And then the child support situation and wage garnishments, it's actually possible that he's using an alias, and he can just take one, he can take Ibn out, okay, or he can take Rashad out. A lot of people don't know that. They think his name is Umar Johnson. They don't know about Abdullah. Some people don't know about Ibn. They don't know about Rashad. And he uses all this stuff interchangeably, including Jermaine Shoemake. Okay? All right. So the hoarding, Umar because people start talking about this chair. So we're going to start winding this down. He starts talking about the chair because people see the condition of the chair, and it looks like it's in horrible condition, as you can see. This is, again, hoarding. Just like that big back TV that he had in his apartment before he got evicted. Now it's inside of that large gym in 2025.
Brothers and sisters, the work never ends. I'm not getting rid of my chair. I love this chair. This chair has been with me for almost 20 years. I've been sitting in this chair before y'all knew me. I was sitting in this chair when I became a school psychologist. I was sitting in this chair when I got my doctorate.
20 years. It's nuts. I just bought this chair probably about maybe 2 years ago. Not even 2 years, and it's already acting funny. I need to get another one already. He said 20 years.
I was sitting in this chair when I took over the conscious community. I was sitting in this chair when I became King Kong Consciousness. When I became a school psychologist. I was a school psychologist. This chair when I became a school psychologist.
He became a school psychologist since 2001. He still has this chair. Been about 20. He's had this chair at this. He still has it. It's about a quarter of a century.
I was sitting in this chair when I got my doctorate. I was sitting in this chair when I took over the conscious community. I was sitting in this chair when I became King Kong Consciousness. I'm not giving up this chair until the chair gives up on me. I'm not giving up on this chair until this chair gives up on me. I'm not giving up this chair until this chair gives up on me.
See, that's the hoarding aspect of this. And same thing here.
For mail, send those resumes in. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com.
This is all hoarding. Nothing's changed.
FDMG
same thing.
resumes at gmail.com is what we're looking for. My thing is
see, this is all hoarding. And again, there's that big back TV over there. This is from 2019, May of 2019.
Gmail.com.
And then Umar, the video that he did in 2025, is hoarding.
Peace and love, black family. This is the Prince of Pan Africanism.
Just he's transferred from his apartment over to here. And some of the stuff, it was gone to his mama's house. But you see right here, it's the same thing over and over again. Okay, so this is a huge issue with Umar in terms of the idea or notion that he's going to open up a school. He can't even keep things organized, and he hoards things. There's that big back TV right there. You can see it, and then it'll come back around, and then we'll get back to it. It comes right there. See that? So that was in his apartment in 2019. This one of them old tube televisions. And he still has it in 2025. And who knows how long he had it prior to him flipping that phone inside of his apartment back in 2019. Because that's an old TV. I don't even remember how old. What, the 90s maybe? Yeah, I think that was in the 90s. Okay, so it's a hoarder situation. Okay, let's get back on track here because sometimes we get blowed. I was planning on having a short show, but hey, listen, I enjoy hanging out with y'all. I don't mind. I'm still on vacation. I ain't tripping. Okay, so let's get back to the main video. And again, this is how we kind of got into this. And this was because of the large gym that is being shown here by FamerTube. This large gym is where Umar has hoarded a lot of his personal belongings from 2019. In fact, let me make sure that I get to these super chats too, because I'm way behind in there. Thanks everyone for the super chats. Randy says, Umar has been believing you were a pastor, Lenon. Now, the thing is, there is a character in some skits that I've done who is like a pastor. So I don't know if he's referencing that because he was calling that. I don't know if he's calling that character Pastor B. But the thing is that he was saying that Lenon went on Pastor B's show, something to that effect. And she came on my platform first, but she also went on to Tasha K, which wouldn't be Pastor. But she went on another brother's page. He may be thinking that guy's a pastor. Anybody know what I'm talking about? She went on his YouTube page and did an interview on there too. He may be talking about that guy. The point is that Umar specifically says that she went on that person's platform. So whoever it is, it has to be someone that went on, that she went on their platform. And initially she came on mine first, and then she went on to this other brother's. I can't remember his name right now. And then he went on to Tasha K. So he may be talking about that other brother because, maybe he's into the church or what have you. I'm not quite sure. But I thought that maybe he was talking about the character that I have. I have a character that in the skits called he's a pastor. Okay. And I wish I could remember that guy's name right now. He has a show. He has a lot of subscribers too. He does. Anybody know what I'm talking about? She went on his show. I can't remember his name right now. Okay. Thank you, Randy, for the super chat. I appreciate it. And then L. Jean says, got my master's degree in AI. Congratulations. Thank you for inspiring me, Lenon. Send you an email. Okay, I'll check it. Free Binky. Binky the Bando Bird. Okay, you've been. Yeah, his name is Storm Monroe. That's his name. Okay, shout out to Storm. And I don't think I don't know. Maybe he is a pastor or he's in the church or what have you. Maybe he was talking about him. But whoever he was talking about, this is someone that specifically Lenon went on their platform. Okay, so and anyway, real quick, let's give a great a round of applause and congratulations to L. Jean. Master's degree in AI, and this is the perfect time. Okay, so you did the right thing, the best thing you can do dealing with the tech field, and congratulations because congratulations. If I had the time, I would probably do something in AI as a master's degree. If I had the time, I would do it. I just don't have the time. So congratulations to you. And you said, thank you for inspiring. Okay. If I inspired you in any way, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. There's been people who decided to pursue degrees. Once I decided to pursue my degree in cybersecurity, And there's people who have graduated since that time and decided to pursue other degrees, master's degrees, undergraduate, social, what's the other one? You know what I'm talking about. When you go to community college, I apologize. I'm getting old. You know, there's simple stuff like that. And I know what it is. It's called a associates. There's people who've done that too. There's people who've gotten certifications too. They decide, and then IT related certifications too. So congratulations. See, the thing is that the timing of you doing this right now, you're right on time, because this puts you in a position to really get out in front of the AI thing. Because really, people think that it's like here now. No, it is to a degree in certain sectors, but where it's going to be like 5 years from now, 10 years from now, it's going to be something. It's going to be grand, like grand. You know, and more people are using it. We got people sending me AI stuff, and there's different forms of AI too. It's not just, you know, putting together videos or even songs or anything. The AI, I mean, it's expansive. So what you've done a fantastic thing for yourself, and if you have family, if you have kids, it's a fantastic thing for yourself, and you have a bright future ahead of you. Congratulations. See, one thing I can say is that here in the Cookie Crush chat, we always celebrate success. And this right here, this is success, and you got a whole lot more coming your way. So congratulations. And I'm glad that if I was able to inspire you, that makes me feel good, and do your thing moving forward. Okay, congratulations. And I'll check my email after this live stream, because we got to wind this down. Okay, I'll respond back. Thank you so much, Elgene, and congratulations again. This is totally awesome. All right. Okay. And then TL says, great dialogue after the super chat, Lenon. Great. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I always take the time. There's people who complain about me taking the time to acknowledge people. There's no way that I can like be in the chat room and run the show and then, you know, keep up with things and make sure that I'm talking about certain things, because I do have an agenda. Sometimes we get blown off, but I always weave it back around. There's no way that I can pull up every single comment, because this chat room, I mean, there's comments over and over and over again. There's no way. So historically speaking, what we do is people who send in super chats, I will read those comments, and then in some cases, if they ask a question, I'll respond. If they make a comment, then I'll respond, so forth and so on. And that's how we do things. Other thing too is that if people are going to support me, you know, by sending a super chat, or if it's a cash app or paper, what have you, I should take the time to thank them, because that's the right thing to do. So let me thank everyone who sent in super chats. If you send a cash app or PayPal, thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate it, and I mean that sincerely. Okay, thank you, TL. I appreciate it. What's up, SH Play says, Umar donors can definitely realize the school for Black boys without him. Cut ties and choose a committee. And this is a good point, because that should have been done from the beginning. See, Umar never had a committee. He never had a committee. He's never had a board of directors. Even on the paperwork that he files with the IRS, there's no board of directors. I mean, that should be number one thing. Real talk. First thing he should have done is established a board of directors and then have a website, and then that website should list the board of directors. That gives credibility to this project. It's not even a project, it's a scam. That's the first thing he should have done. First two things that he should have done. And he should have done that before he even started asking for money. But not Umar. He still doesn't have a website dedicated to FDMG in 2025. I don't know why people think that they think he's serious. He still doesn't have a committee or a board of directors in 2025. And you should have that if you're a nonprofit. You ask any person who is legitimately running a nonprofit, they're going to have a board of directors with experts and professionals on that board. Okay, not Umar. He's a one-man show, and he wants it that way because he wants to control the money, and there's no oversight whatsoever, none. Yep. Thank you, SH Play. Black Wolf said, Lenon, there are some clowns still going at you, and all they talk about is your past, but don't talk about the positive progression you have made thus far. Be blessed. Thank you so much. Yeah, I've gone through a lot over the years. The thing that I realize and I recognize is that there tends to be two camps that go at me. The first camp is people who are defenders of Umar. And so that's their way of trying to defend Umar. And I've dealt with a lot of that. You know, there's a lot of people they've like Tiff the Griff is an excellent example of that. There are also people who they've been critical of Umar at times. They may still be, and they've seen the traction and what I've been able to build here on YouTube. And then, you know, real talk, I make good money here on YouTube. I got my day job. And then I have YouTube as my part-time job. Okay. Now, hopefully one day in the future, I can flip that. you know, to where I'm doing YouTube full time, and then I can do like a day job part time. But that's not going to happen anytime soon. Okay, I got my 401k plan, then the insurance for my family. So that's not going to happen anytime soon. But YouTube is the part time, and then I got my that's my day job. Excuse me, my day job is full time, and then YouTube is my part time job. The point is that the success that I've had, there are people who are critical of me simply because of that. You know, and it may be veiled under this idea or notion, that, yeah, well, he used to struggle in the past. Yeah, I sure did. And I claim all of that. I claim all of that. But I've also worked very hard to get to where I'm at today. And I've also worked very hard here on YouTube to get to where we have 1,700 people inside the chat room on a Monday. You guys see what I'm saying? So either way, at the end of the day, the way that I look at it is that, and I'll also say this, that there were people who were critical, even Dempsey Spears. I mean, he used to tell all sorts of lies. He was the one that was really pushing this idea that I was gay in defense of Umar back then. He said that I was abusive towards my wife. He was going at my oldest son. You know, who does that? You know, I have people who are still stalking my children online to this day. Right. He said that I was a scammer, but he was a scammer going back way before he even came online to defend Umar. He's facing a 9-count indictment. So what I tell myself is let people do what they do. OK, you can paint false narratives. You can lie. Right. You can spin things however you want to. But there's always a price to pay for that type of behavior. And that ain't got nothing to do with me. What I've done is focus on getting my life turned back around. And I still got a long way to go. I just have to say that humbly. I got a long way to go. You know, there's days where I just say to myself, yeah, I wish I'd done this sooner. I could have done this sooner, blah, blah, blah. But we don't have time machines. What we have is the moment. And I can tell you guys this, that over the last 6-7 years, I've done my best. And I've done quite well to get things turned around. And in the process, I've built a wonderful community here in the CashApp to where when we got, you know, right now we got 1,700 people here, and I make good money here on YouTube, and things have turned around significantly, but I still got a long way to go. So what I've learned is that people who do engage in those types of malicious acts, it is malicious, okay? Dempsey Spears being one of the main people, they always get their just due, and I don't have to do anything. I don't have to respond. I don't have to say anything. I just let time tell the truth, and then karma is undefeated. God handles the rest. Real talk, okay? Thank you, Blackwood. Okay, and one other thing too, I have to say that one of the reasons why I even decided to go pursue the degree was because of the criticisms that I was receiving. I said, let me go get this degree so I can get a better job, and that's precisely what I did. Yeah, and it was the best decision. Real quick, rest in peace to brother Darren. He's the one that suggested I pursue the degree in cybersecurity because I wanted to do something dealing with a law or criminal justice, because it's right in line with what I'm doing here. But see, the thing is that Umar, he's a cyber criminal. You see what I'm saying? And there's things that I've learned while I was pursuing the cybersecurity degree that I actually apply as I'm researching Umar. So it made perfect sense. Perfect sense. So I'm so grateful for that, and I'm thankful for that. And then humbly, I still got a long way to go. One day at a time. And people, I'm going to tell y'all something. Don't let people shame you for your past and mistakes that you've made. Don't let them shame you for when you were down and out. Don't let them shame you. What you do is you do better. See, because it speaks more to their character than anything else. You know, there's someone who for years, this is going back to the when Dempsey Spears first came onto the scene, for years was attacking me and going in on me because there was a time where I these days, when I think about it, it was just a horrible time period for my family, where I'd ask for money to help to pay for medical bills with my son. And so he was doing all these videos, and I get the criticism because I should have had my shit in order, right? But then they take it to the extreme, and they're making up all these false narratives. But the thing that I think about is the fact that they did not have compassion. Yeah, I was struggling, and it was the most difficult and the most dark time period of my life. I had to make some decisions back then, even for my own survival. One of these days, I'll open up and talk to you guys more about that. But there was no compassion for any of that. And this person, their son, faced some serious situations, health crises. Did I get online? See, they don't know. I don't know who they are. They think that they have anonymity. See, they think they're anonymous. But their son faced, and not just one time, but twice so far, serious health complications. One was a serious injury. Did I get online and use it as an opportunity to go at him because of what he was doing and all the lies he was talking about my son and me and my family? No, I didn't do that. That's wrong. And I have compassion. And I've been through it with my own son. You see the difference? Now, I've never responded to that individual, any of that stuff. What I do is I let time tell the truth, and karma is undefeated. All right, I'm gonna leave it right there. All right. Thanks, Black Wolf. No Contendo says discovery of class action will show a lack, maintenance, or let me see. Discovery of a class action will show a lack or maintenance or renovation accounts. That's another dynamic to this because Umar has been saying that this money is going towards renovations. In fact, all the money that he raises after February of 2019 is supposed to go towards renovations. And in 2023, he says renovations are complete. But here we are in 2025, renovations are not complete. That's fraud right there. But deeper still, what you're alluding to here is that the money that Umar collects after February of 2019, that should all be going towards renovation. Have we seen hundreds of thousands of dollars go towards renovations? Because we can look at his IRS filings for 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. All that money raised. My estimate, just off the top of my head, we're talking about $600,000, maybe $700,000. That's off the top of my head. Have we seen let's cut that down to $500,000. Have we seen $500,000 go towards maintenance or renovation work up there at FDMG? No, we haven't seen that. So where'd this money go? See? Funds collected, but no matching invoices, work orders, purchase orders. Yeah. Or permits pulled for renovation work. See, in discovery, all that they can pull up all that information. A lot of that is already they don't even have to subpoena that. A lot of that is public record. See, but then other things, his accounts, all that stuff, they can subpoena all that. So we're gonna follow this, and once it becomes available online, the actual filing, if and when it becomes available, because he could just sell this out of court, we will cover that. We'll go through it line by line. Okay, thank you, No Contender, for super chat. I appreciate it. Thelma Purdy says from Baltimore, Maryland, the streets look cleaner though. Yeah, and I have to say, with these abandoned buildings, real talk, there are things that Umar Johnson did that, yeah, it was an improvement, but overall, the degradation of these abandoned buildings that have taken place far outweighs any type of renovation in terms of improvement. They look horrible these days. We're gonna get back to the main video. Thank you, Thelma, for super chat. I appreciate it. Kale says pride comes before the fall. Yeah, and that's the thing with Umar. He's so prideful and he thinks he's God's gift, you know, and he's this year 2025, he's falling off big time. And who knows what 2026 will bring. We'll have to wait and see. Thank you, Kales. Okay, let me do these real quick. Pierre says you just know that chair. Yeah, it's just horrible. He said he had that chair. At this point, he still has a chair. That's it's about 25 years. That's a quarter of a century. And those types of chairs, they're not meant to last that long. 2-3 years, and you got to change it out. Now, Umar, it's a hoarder situation. Thank you, Pierre. Dreezy says a chair is just a chair. A chair is just a chair. All right. Even though when no one's sitting there. All right. Thank you. Big Sis, he likes shotguns. All right. Thank you, Big Sis. We're going to leave right there. Pierre says somebody got crazed in the bathtub that night. Crush. Maybe you said crush. I don't know. Okay, these are older comments. I'm so behind in here. I'm like an hour behind. Thank you, Pierre. Smart Barbie says he didn't get his hair done, Lenon. He got done. Yeah, it's possible that his hair was never done. It's possible that that's what they used to justify this metrosexual going to his not his apartment, going to his hotel motel room after 2 a.m. It could all just be part of the narrative that they spend to justify why he went there in the first place. See, it's possible. It's possible. Okay, thank you, Smart Barbie, for super chat. Holly B says, where did he wash his hair? The shower? I was asking these questions. You don't wash your hair just before bed. It'll still be damp in that style. I had it before. Yeah, that's another thing. If they get there after 2, now here we go. If they get there after 2 a.m., why would you wash your hair after 2 a.m. if you got to go to bed to get up to leave? I think she said they picked them up, at 9 a.m. or something like that. Doesn't even make any sense. The whole story doesn't make any sense. See, so it's actually possible that he didn't get his hair done at all. It was just a ruse to justify why it was that this metrosexual man was going to come to his hotel room after 2 a.m. Yeah. Thank you, Holly B, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Kogo says the sponge was a cover story. Check your email. Yeah, that's what we were just saying. I know I'm behind, and I'm behind. I got to get into my email. I want to stay out of the email right now simply because I want to make sure that I get. We need to wind this down. It's supposed to be a short show. Thank you, Kogo. I appreciate the super chat. And then Corruption Point says Umar built like an obese toddler, yet he acts like a tough guy. I don't get it. Yeah, that's a whole facade, Umar. We covered that yesterday. That's the best example. Is the SETI rant. If you guys go and check out the video from yesterday, that's the best example of Umar behaving like an immature child throwing a tantrum. Okay, no emotional stability, no emotional control, doesn't know how to regulate his emotions, and then acting as if he's a tough guy. That's what he calls King Kong consciousness. It's an alternate personality that Umar has. Okay. Thank you, Corruption Point. Pierre also says Umar will study anything but gainful employment. Yeah, I told you, you ever want Umar to go away, just pull out a job application. See, that's another thing that they used to say. They used to say Lenon don't have a job, but I have Umar Johnson defenders back in the day that I have them. And I still have the videos where they would call my place of employment back then. It was a different company, but they used to call my place of employment back then to try to get me fired. And then they would say I didn't have a job. There's people who still say stuff like that to this day, because even Tiff the Grip, not this year, but when she was, the last time she was really rocking hard for Umar, she would still make comments like that. But none of that's true. Like I said, I got my day job. Okay. And real talk, if I didn't have, and I could do it financially, I'm in a position just on YouTube. If I wanted to do, y'all hear me on this. I'm in a position now in terms of the YouTube success that if I wanted to do YouTube full time, I could do it. And it would be more than enough. I could do it. And I would expand content, which I've been wanting to do for years. I've invested in things, I ain't gonna say too much in order to do that. But I have to maintain the 401k. I have to maintain the health insurance. I have to maintain, because also we get, I get a group rate for the car insurance. You know, car insurance is expensive. I remember when I was young, it'd be so cheap. I got a newer car, though. That's part of the problem. I got it I think it was last year. It's a newer car, I should say. It wasn't brand new. It had like 4,000 miles on it. I came up on that car real time. All right. But if I wanted to, I could do YouTube full time, but I have other responsibilities that I have to adhere to. And my wife and I, we have a plan. She's working on some things in terms of, I don't want to say too much because people, there's people who stalk my wife online. Okay, there's all kind of shit we've had to deal with people and just painting false narratives. People lying on my wife too online. What kind of people would do that? My wife ain't harmed nobody. She ain't said nothing online about Umar, nothing like that. But there's people who've done that too. But she's doing her thing. She's doing her thing, and I support her 100%, and I'm paying for all of it. So y'all can miss me on the bullshit. See, when I went to go get my degree, my wife was 100% supportive. I was still working too at the same time, but she was 100% supportive. So now she's doing what she's doing. Okay. And that's all she has to worry about. She ain't got to worry about paying no bills. Okay. Y'all who've gone at my wife, fuck all y'all, each and every one of you. Okay. And I don't mean to say it that way, but you have to be a nasty spirited person to be, including Dempsey Spears, because he did shows just talking about my wife. Fuck each and every one of y'all. Okay. Thank the Lord, and I apologize. Okay. Thank the Lord that we're in a position today. My wife, she don't have to worry about paying no bills. She don't have to worry about none of that. She's focused on what she needs to focus on so that she can do what she wants to do moving forward. See, and I can't even tell. I mean, I could have told this stuff that she's already accomplished, and I can't even tell because I already know how these goofies are online. And it's celebratory. We should be celebrating, my wife's success and all of these things. We should, but I can't for cybersecurity reasons. Same thing with my children. You know, one of my daughters, she could have graduated a year early, but she was like, no, because what she wants to do, because they're going to be paying for, I shouldn't say it that way, but the school that she goes to, they're going to be paying for some of the undergraduate courses that she will be taking when she goes to college. So she says, hey, listen, you know, we'll just roll that back. That way I can take these classes. Okay, that sounds good to me. Okay. Anyway, I'm in a position now that I could legitimately go full time on YouTube. If I ever do that, what I would do is I would just go full time and then I would do part time for a day job. Right? But right now, it's just not the time for that. I got to make sure that I'm supporting my wife for what she's doing, and then we have plans. Okay, we have plans. Anyway. There were people who were telling lies like that back in the day. There's people I'm sure who are probably still telling lies like that. But the way that I look at it is I don't have to respond. What I do consistently, I've done this consistently with very few exceptions. I let people do what they do and then let karma do what karma does. And karma's undefeated. Okay. All right. Thank you, Pierre. Anyway, Umar, there's people who were telling his father saying things like that I wasn't employed. Umar, he ain't been employed since I don't know how long. Thanks, Sabir. Okay, James says, wow, saying all this after throwing out the young lady at 4 a.m. dirtbag Umar. Yeah, totally. Now, at some point, I could do the research to find out, and really I can just send a message to Marianne to get, we have it inside of the interview because she gives the dates and the timeline. I can go back and cross-reference that, just research, cross-reference that, and then reference that to the video and the date that it actually posted. And then I can find out when it was that he did this video. It's possible that he did this video after he kicked the girl out. It's possible. It's actually possible. It's not the same day. It could be actually. It could be the same day. No, because he says we have I think he said we have filming to do. No, he said filming due today. It could have been the last day. Okay. Anyway, I can find out. I can figure it out. Either way, Umar, yeah, he's a disgrace kicking that young lady. And she's a young lady too, by the way. I know who she is. I know her name and everything. Okay, but I ain't gonna put that out there. Thanks, James. Ife says he keeps all the clutter in his mama's closet. Yeah, it doesn't matter where he goes. That's just what he does. It's a mental health issue, and he needs to get help real quick. And we're almost done with this. We'll get back to the other video. I know, boy, I said we're gonna have a short show. Umar needs mental health services and he needs psychological services for different things. But one of the things is his inability to organize and the hoarding, because that's a mental health issue. There's a show, like I was saying earlier, there's a show where people, it's a hoarder show. I can't watch it because that for me, I don't know why. It's just, it makes me uncomfortable. I can't watch it. I'm not a squeamish guy either. It's not like I'll go, yeah. No, I'm not like that. Okay. I delivered our last 3 children. We did home birthing and I delivered just me and my wife. So there's a lot you have to deal with that. Okay, when a woman gives birth, there's a lot. There's a lot that you see. You know, some people, they'll see it and they start vomiting. I'm not like that. I'm not squeamish at all. But that hoarding stuff, no, I'm like, nah, I can't watch that. I can't watch it. But Umar's a hoarder. He needs mental health services in order to get some coping mechanisms and some way to mitigate at least some of that. Because wherever he goes, he brings that with him. Yeah. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Michael says, what the F is he talking about, man? Yeah, I know. And one day we need to watch that whole video because he goes crazy. I remember we watched it before. He gets crazy. It's just looking at it in retrospect now, what he's talking about, even how he talks to Mary Ann Lorient. You can tell he was already trying to position himself as the dominant figure. No, she's the dominant figure. And that's why, look, nowadays, she's the dominant figure, clearly. He messed with the wrong one. She was then, but he was trying to continue to make incursion into her intellectual properties because he wanted to either steal her intellectual property, take it as his own. That's why he didn't want to sign the contract, or to sue her if she ever put it out, to sue her for $500,000. Umar, he's diabolical. Real talk. Thank you, Michael. Information man says, peace and respect. Thank you so much. I promoted your show today. I only got to watch a bit of it because I had some stuff to do today. I'm on vacation, so as a consequence, there's stuff around the house I got to do, and get stuff together. I got to hang some curtains and all this other stuff. So I have a whole list right here. So I didn't get a chance to watch the whole thing. And if I have time while I'm doing stuff tomorrow, I'll get through it. I want to personally thank Information Man too, because he was one of the people that inspired me to really get things turned around. And especially when I was pursuing the degree, because there were times where I was questioning myself whether I should keep going and all that, because it was difficult. But this brother right here, he's a man of integrity, and he's a professional. And I looked up to him, and I still do, to be quite honest with you. And there's other people that I looked up to during that time period that inspired me to not only continue to do what I was doing then, but also to be a better man today. So I know we're closing out on this year. I just want to issue my deepest respect to you, sir, for being who you are. And being an inspiration to me and many others. And the other thing is, you know my backstory. You know enough of my backstory. You've never been judgmental. Okay, you've always been fair with me. You've always been fair, and I respect that totally. Okay, thank you so much, and shout out to Information Man. If you guys haven't checked out his show today, again, I watched some of it today. Check it out. He's showing some of the videos that we were watching earlier. He's talking about the lawsuit, the class action lawsuit with Mary Ann and other things too. I posted a link inside on my community tab, or you can head over to Information Man and check him out. Okay, salute to you, sir. And thank you for the super chat as well. Stacy says, I blame Art of Dialogue, the Breakfast Club, for not holding this man accountable. Shout out to Lord Jamar for lighting that ass up. Yeah, Cookie Crush Chat undefeated. That's one of the reasons why Umar has been able to do what he's been able to do for such a long time, is because there are platforms that platform him. And they know. They know what Umar is about. Okay, they're intelligent people. And it doesn't take, you don't have to be deeply intelligent either. I think you have to have some critical thinking skills, but you don't have to be deeply intelligent in order to realize what's going on. But because he has been platformed over and over again, he's been able to continue to do what he's been doing. New audiences are exposed to him that don't know Umar Johnson like we know Umar Johnson. They haven't done the research dealing with Umar Johnson or ancillary research. And what I mean by that is there's so much more, and even his family dynamics that I've researched, and that won't be in a documentary because that's beyond the scope, with the exception of Jamal, Umar's daddy. They don't know all of that. They don't know about when Umar was at the boarding school. They don't know what Umar with the UNIA. They don't know Umar, with all the different beefs that he had when he first broke into the Black conscious space. I'm talking about full-fledged broke in. They don't know about the Tariq Nasheed situation. Tariq Nasheed put Umar on in Hidden Colors. He put him on. He sure did. And the list goes on and on and on. The point is that platforms like the Art of Dialogue and the Breakfast Club, by putting Umar on, what they've done is they've exposed new people to Umar, and they don't have the background information on Umar to realize who and what he is. And that's truly unfortunate, because it's caused damage to Black people. Some people don't give a shit. Some people don't. Okay. Well, and for me, what I care about the most is Black women being put in situations by being exposed by Umar, like the situations that's been exposed this year and prior. Even go back to the conscious stripper. That's been like one of the motivating factors for me as I've covered Umar. And then children, of course. He ain't got no business being around no children. None. So that it's unfortunate. Breakfast Club, Art of Dialogue, there's other platforms too that have, even Father David have them on. Ain't nobody watching Father David anyway, but the point is that for them to do that, and Father David, he knows what Umar is. So it's so unfortunate. And shout out to Lord Jamar for asking critical questions in that interview. It's one of the most important videos and one of the most important examples of Umar crashing out. That's top 5 for sure. Okay, thank you, Stacy. U225 says, I just joined. Did you like my piano performance? Yes. What did you join? You became a member? Okay. Yeah. We got to do that. What day is it? What day is it? Excuse me. Today is, I told you that we was going to do it during the before the new year, right? Yeah, maybe I'll do a standalone thing where I'll play the link, the video that you sent me. You sent me a link to a specific video. And maybe I'll do that over the next couple of days, so we can listen. You got skills though, professionally trained. You know, the Asians, yeah, they can play the piano. Okay, thank you. Thank you, 225. And if you just joined, welcome. Thank you so much. And if you got anyone, if you're interested in joining and become a member, you're welcome to do so. We have hundreds of extra videos on Umar. And then we also have segments of the documentary. I think I've released like 5 or 6 of those segments. It's probably about 4 hours altogether, maybe 6 hours. No, 4 hours. I want to say 4 hours. And the documentary, once it's done, whenever it gets done, there's probably going to be closer to 12 hours because I'm covering his whole life. Okay, thank you, user 225. And then Gato says, one day at a time, love it. Are you a friend of Bill and Bob? Okay, I don't know who Bill and Bob is. But yeah, we got to take it one day at a time. And that's one of the biggest lessons I've learned because I used to be hypercritical of myself. I brought up Dempsey Spears. See, Dempsey Spears is important, not just because of where he's at today. And he's an example of one of the people who used to attack me online and make up all these lies about me. And then, go at my wife and even go after my son. You really have to be a disturbed individual to do shit like that and make up lies about people. They ain't done shit to you. You just have to be diabolical. And there's people who did that followed in line with it. There's people who still do it. The point is that never let people shame you for your failures, especially if you're succeeding. Because I've made a lot of changes to be successful, a lot of them, And like I said, the reason why Dempsey is important is not just because of where he's at, because he's an excellent case study, because he's been a scammer. He used to call me a scammer. He was a scammer back then, even before he was acting a damn fool online. The reason why he's important to me, though, too, is because he had criticisms. And listen, I'm a fair guy. Legitimate criticism, okay. I'll use that as motivation to get things turned around. And that's what we should do as men. But as we do that, don't let people shame you for where you were at or your failures in life and what have you, because ain't nobody perfect and everyone's failed, including Umar. So just take it one day at a time, seek to do better each and every single day, and you'll see that things will change in a positive direction. I'm living proof of that. Okay, thank you, Dr. 3434. Yeah, I don't know who Bill and Bob is. Anybody know who Bill and Bob is? Let me know in the chat room. Thank you for the super chat. I see you got that. I like that wrench right there. That's the one you just go like this. You ain't got to go and then put it back on. Like that and put it back on. All right. And then College of Natural Health Science says, Lenon, when is the Quick Crush chiropractic? On Monday? Wait, today is Monday. Okay. Thank you so much for all of the super chats. You guys have been so gracious this whole year. I really appreciate all of the support. Let's wind this down now. If you don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and close out this poll. What year did Umar Johnson acquire the FDMG bandos in Wilmington, Delaware? 20% said 2010. 25% said 2014. 51% said 2019. And 4% said 2022. The answer is 2019, February of 2019. In fact, we're about roughly 2 months away for the 7-year anniversary since Umar acquired these abandoned buildings, and not one room has been renovated yet. Not one black child has been educated yet. He's still collecting money. Okay. 2014, that's important because that's a year where Umar started to raise money specifically for the St. Paul's College. Right? But that's not when he acquired these bandos in Wilmington, Delaware. 2010 is important because that's when Umar posted this. Okay, there's a method to the madness. Umar Abdullah Johnson, January 6, 2010, promises in 2010 to begin laying the groundwork for the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Pan African School for Black Boys, specializing in learning disabilities and disruptive behavior disorders. This will be a private school, and yes, you will pay in order for your son to attend. Grand opening September 11, 2013. This is Chestnut Checkers. All right. And then 2022 is important because, I believe that's when Umar, if memory serves me correctly, that's when Umar went to go film. Is that right? He went to go, that's 2022. That's when he went to go film Awaken. So that's why I put these specific dates on here. But the answer is 2019, February of 2019. Thanks to everyone who voted. We had over 2,197 votes, almost 2,200. If 3 more people vote, we need 2 more people to vote, and we'll get to 2,200. I'll wait. We have 960 likes, so there's an outside chance that we can get to 1,000. If you haven't hit that like button and you enjoyed any of this show today, go on and hit that like button. I'd appreciate that. All right. We got to 2,200. Thank you so much. Okay. I appreciate you all. Let me go ahead and close out that poll as we wind this down. And then we're at 961 likes. I'll keep track of that as we get closer here. Let's finish up with this video. We got maybe about 15 minutes on this video. I know I said we're going to do a short live stream, but hey, it is what it is. I'm on vacation, so I'll hang out. User 25 says, I know why you can't watch Hoarder's show. There's a cosmic horror element to it. How can someone hate themselves that much? It's actually terrifying. Yeah, I don't think that it's hate, though. I mean, there could be some deep-seated issues in some people, but I don't think for everyone. And there has to be a psychological reason. It could be self-hate or self-loathing, but it could also be reflective of someone who maybe they didn't have much when they were young, you know, so they hoard because they don't think that they'll get anything. You know what I'm saying? It could be a dynamic of someone. Let's say they're depressed, you know, so they just don't clean up, you know, and they don't throw things away like they should. It could. I mean, there's all types of dynamic. There could be underlying mental health issues or personality disorders with all of this. And yeah, there could be some dynamic for some people where it's an issue of self-loathing or hate. Who knows? You know, it could be someone that there's things that they keep because it reminds them of someone who passed away, and then they keep it, you know, simply for the historical value. And then they just keep packing stuff on top of that at a certain point in packing. So there's all different types of dynamics associated with that. Whatever the case may be, people who suffer with it, they have to go and get professional mental health services. I'm really big on that. Okay. In fact, if there was something that I could do with my platform, I will, in the future, it would be to promote that more. That if you're dealing with certain things, go and get mental health services. Go see a therapist. Go see a psychologist. If you have to see a psychiatrist, you know, whatever you have to do in order to have your mind as healthy as possible. Okay, that cannot be understated. Thank you so much, user 225. And then Chaotic Man became a member. Thank you so much. Okay, let's finish this up, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go back to the main video for the day, and this is Farmer 2. Shout out to the chat, undefeated. Let's go. Okay, and this is from the 27th, 2 days ago when it posts. Again, you can see a lot of the mold up here on the side of the building, all the way up the side. There should be a downspout that takes all this water and travels it down. But what's happening is there's no downspout. Wow, look at this. There's no downspout, so the water just trickles out, and that creates issues with mold, not just on the interior, but I'm sure on the it's not just on the exterior, but also on the interior. There's supposed to be some rails right here to go down these steps, and they used to be bent for many, many years. Some of you guys may remember this, but at this point, it looks as if they have been torn off. Yeah, there used to be the rails that you walk down, right? You can put as you walk down these steps or walk up these steps. Yeah, the mold is way out of control, way out of control. Yeah, there's mold there on the bottom there. I don't know why he showed this sleeping dog. I hope the dog is just sleeping. I hope that dog ain't dead. Yeah. Again, I will put links to these videos for you to check out where you can listen to their commentary and you can watch the video in full. These shutters on these on the building here on the side here, I think that was in 2023 when he got those put in. But again, I told him that he should have secured these buildings back in 2019. And then these fences are from 2025. He erected these fences in certain places. And what people are doing is they're throwing trash over the fence. And Umar, he hasn't cleared the trash out. Okay, and this is the small, what he calls the small school, the smaller building. He's done renovation work inside of these buildings. He's done some painting in there too. The other side of the street, he hasn't done. He's done absolutely nothing. That's the rock. Well, Umar calls it the sacred rock. There's nothing sacred about it. It used to be painted yellow for the Moyer Academy and had Moyer written on it. There's some security cameras. You got a gang of security cameras pointing in the same direction. Why? There's some mold there. That's the door that he has painted red, black. Now, this is the back side over here to the small. They looked like there was some trash over there, too. It looked like it was a trash bag, but my head's in the way. Let me get myself off of here. Yeah, these windows are boarded up. It's like a storage room. That's where he found the old Moyer paint, and he used that same paint that to paint the outside. that paint was at least 5 years old when he found it, because it had sat there. Umar Academy was closed for about 4 years, or these buildings, they've been vacant for 4 years. Umar gets it in 2019. I think he does the first paint day in 2020. So it's probably 6 years. The paint was about 6 years old, and Umar uses that paint to paint the outside of these bandos. Yeah, it looks horrible over here.
Let's go up the hill.
Yeah, I wanted to put the audio right here because I remember he went over here in his first video, and he was talking about it smelled like a dead animal. And so I wanted to see, and I think he does. He mentions how it still smells bad. Let's see.
Oh, snap. The hell is that? Oh, my God. Let me hurry up, y'all. God damn. Whoa.
And this is Fammer Tube. This is, from what I understand, this is the second time going up there. The first time he went up there, he said that it smelled like a dead dog. And from what it sounds like is, or what it looks like is that dead dog or dead animal, whatever it is back there, who knows what it is, that is still there. And this is months later.
Ah, shit. Oh, man. Oh, no, I can't take the smell. Oh, I can't take it. Oh, shit. I can't take the smell. Let's go. Let's get up out of here.
Yeah, he had to get up out of here.
Oh, it stinks. Oh.
Yeah,
yeah. Get that dog out of here. Probably another dead dog. Ooh, bunch of dogs back there.
There used to be dogs over there, too, because they used to bark. It sounded like some real big dogs.
God damn, y'all. Oh, man, we out, man. We out.
Okay, so that's Fammer Tube. Shout out to him. Again, I'll put links to his video down inside the comment section once we're done with this live stream. There's one other brother that went up there. I think it was yesterday. He actually had the video up. Let's get to that one here now. And his name is Uncle Mo TV. This is from December 28, 2025. And what I did was this is the actual how it looks on his page. Again, I'll provide a link. You guys go check it out. But what I did was I took it and then cropped it so that we see the actual video footage, and then I moved it towards the center of the screen. All right. But I'll provide a link to his video. You guys can go check out the full video plus his commentary. So his name is Uncle Mo. Okay, this is the bus, and people are saying that this is Umar's bus. I don't know if it's Umar's bus. It looked like it. It looked like it's Umar's bus. And it's been sitting there for quite a few months, because at least a month, because when Jay Witt went up there, Jay Witt, and shout out to him, I played this video earlier. He went up there in November of this year, and it was out there, and it's still out there in this video a month later. Someone said that's Umar's cousin. Umar's cousin's bus. Ain't nobody using that bus. It don't even look like it would pass inspection. Real talk. I'm talking about so that they can use it. Yeah, that is where the battery goes, because you can see the black and white cable. They don't stole the battery out, y'all. They stole that battery out of that thing. Okay. Okay, there's the mold there. Okay, so there's snow. There's a little bit of snow on the ground there. Yeah, it looks horrible. It looks really bad. So there you go with the black mold going down the side. It looks worse when it's wet. So there it is again, some more. Yeah, Umar don't care. And there's a whole bunch over here. Yeah, that's a health hazard. Anybody, if you know about any mold or mildew or any of that type of stuff, that's a serious health hazard. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Sweet D. It's not good to breathe any of that stuff. Yeah, this doesn't look good either. Yeah, it looks like a horror movie. By the way, I just got a message from YouTube about the SETI rant video. I told you I was going to get demonetized. Umar, he was tripping in that video. That's why I didn't want to do it, but I did it. I did it because that's what y'all asked for. I can get the people what they want. but I got a message YouTube that was like, listen, we can't have that's Umar. Yeah, this looks like a horror movie. Like you could really put, if you want to film some type of a horror movie here, it worked perfect. Yeah, there's mold over there too. If you guys look way back to the highest part of that building over there, there's mold going down that side too. That's the first time I've seen that. Yeah, do y'all see that? There's that window. It's behind the tree. If you look behind the tree and then you look at the black stripe, and then there's the windows right there. They're little square window type things. There's mold growing down that side too. I've never seen that before. Maybe I'm wrong though. Let me make sure. Let's see if he shows it. Yeah, these buildings, they look horrible. Yeah, there we go. No, there is. There's mold right there. If you look down below that the window right there, there's mold. Yeah, I don't think I've seen this angle, because that's where the homeless lady, she was sleeping right up there behind that up toward on top up there. I've never seen this angle before. Yeah, so there is some mold up there. It's not a lot, but there is some. Again, these doors are boarded up. Yeah, there it is right there. Yeah, this is the first time I've actually seen that. Horrible. Yeah, he's probably commenting on all the mold. There's a board that's been ripped off there. Who knows where that goes? There's mold back behind this bar. What is that? Yeah, that's drug paraphernalia right there. Hit the one. Yeah, that's what that is. That's what it looks like. Let me see if he gets closer. Yeah, it looks like drug paraphernalia. Yeah, he doesn't get closer. There's another video when Umar went up there, and there was they had created a makeshift toilet. It was a bucket, and they were urinating and pooping in there, if I can use the term. There was feces, and he pulled back some. I can't remember what it was, but he moved something over, and there was like a needle, like a syringe or something like that, if memory serves me correctly. So I'm not surprised by this at all, but it looks like drug paraphernalia here. I mean, if he got close, I could really tell. Yeah, this is wild. I'm not surprised by it. Yeah, did someone say it's someone who's diabetic? No, yeah, you're right. The diabetics, they're more responsible with their used needles. The people who are, because that's a hazard on many different levels. They're not going to just throw it out like that. That makes absolutely no sense. If someone said that that's someone who's that's for diabetes, I don't think so. It's more than likely that this is someone who's on drugs, and this is a needle that they use in order to shoot up. But again, these buildings, they're in an impoverished, drug-ridden, crime-ridden area. Yeah, this is crazy. Yeah, I'm not surprised though, because I've seen drug paraphernalia in another video that Umar did. Yeah, so mold there up at the top too, above the doors. Yeah, these are the larger buildings. He hasn't done anything over there except turn them into his own little storage spot in 6 years and 10 months. Here's a sacred rock. We don't see Umar hanging out on this sacred rock like he used to. Windows boarded up, mold on the bottom of these windows, and the actual plywood. There's mold growing on there too, which makes sense because that's normally what happens. Yeah, so he's probably giving commentary right here. I'll skip through. So this is a small gym. Yeah, Umar hasn't shown this the inside of this in quite some time. This is the mural. This is what, the illusion of progress. He does simple things like this to get people excited as if he's making progress, but in the bigger scheme of things, nothing's really taking place. Yeah, so I was talking about it in the other video where people are there. They started throwing trash over the fence because he got these fences erected, and Umar doesn't clear that out. That was there when Family Tube went up there the first time, and it's still there. That was months ago. Yeah, mold there too growing down. This is the large gym again. Whole lot of mold. Mold on the side there on that platform. Yeah, this is the worst I've seen right here. And part of it is because you can really see it because it's wet. Yeah, that's a disgrace right there. And this has been going on for years now, even before Umar purchased these trap bandos. So it's been a decade. The amount of damage, water damage to these buildings, there's no telling how deep it goes. And mold, it's not just on the outside. That's just what we see on the outside. There will be mold on the inside too. Yeah, it looks really bad when it's wet. The other thing is it's not difficult to get downspouts to redirect that water. He could have done that day one in February of 2019. But instead of doing it, he's not serious about opening up school, but instead of doing it, he lets it fester. And not only does he let it fester, it causes more damage. He probably, yeah, that's crazy. He probably could have got someone to do it for free. Yeah, that's right there. I don't understand what's going on right there. There's no downspout, but there's water leaking over. And so this is the backside. I'm sure when he goes over here, there's in that little area that dips down, there's going to be trash in there because there's always trash in there. Even going back to 2019, I remember there was trash in there. Yeah, there it is. Trash. There's new graffiti there because that wasn't there before. You guys see that on that door? Yeah, that's new graffiti right there. Ain't no telling what's in there. My goodness. Yeah, windows are all boarded up. Yeah, and Umar hasn't live streamed up here. It's been 2 months, I believe, 2 months, 2.5 months, a little over 2.5 months now. There's graffiti there. There's more. Yeah, we're almost done. Thank you guys again for tuning on in. We reached 1,000 likes too. Thank you guys so much for that. I appreciate it. Makes a huge difference in the algorithm. More boarded up windows here. He's coming around now to the front side. He's getting closer to the street. Window, yeah, that light's busted out there. Yeah, Umar doesn't care. I mean, I don't think he ever cared. It's just something he picked these abandoned buildings up so that he can keep the scam alive, keep it going. And it's still going today. I don't know what that is. It's like a horror movie. Yeah, this would be the perfect time to deal with this and cut all this down. And really, it needs to be uprooted so that it doesn't grow back. Yeah, a lot of mold right there. Yeah, there's some graffiti there. Yeah, mold there too. It looks like there's chained up there for that door. Maybe the locking mechanism doesn't work. It's possible that's why he's done that. Or it's been broken into, enough times where he said, let's lock it like Principal Joe Clark. Yeah, it looks horrible. I want to thank these brothers for going up here and doing this. Uncle Mo TV, Fammer Tube, and Brother Witt, Jay Witt. Thank you for doing this. And I'll make sure to post links in the comment section as we close this out. Comment section for this video. I'll post links to these videos so that people can go and watch those videos in full with your commentary. There's some more trash back there. You guys can see it. Okay, I think that's it. Let's see. Oh, no, it still goes a little bit more. Yeah, that's the storage room right there. He calls it another building. It's not. Yeah, so this is the backside with the horrible smell, like I think it's a dog or dogs. I don't know. Yeah, and I don't know if he smelled it too. I'm sure he probably did. It looks like they got a new fence up there too. That's good. They said we're gonna put a fence up here so we don't have to see these bandos. I'm just playing. Okay, and we're almost done here. Thank you guys so much for your patience. It's supposed to be a short live stream. Supposed to be a short one, but hey, it is what it is. Okay, I think, okay, and then this is it right here. Okay, there's mold all the way down here. I remember one time Umar said that they were going to extend this building right there on the right to extend it up to this little, I guess this wall. He was just coming up with anything, just throwing stuff out there. He's going to do some renovations to extend the building. Okay, I think that's it, because I think he goes back and this is the same footage. Yeah. All right, and this is the very end right here. Yeah, you can see a huge difference. This side was painted more recently with the old J. Moore Academy paint that Umar found in the storage. The other side, nothing has been done whatsoever. Again, the horrible paint job too. They got paint on the rails. See that? Because it wasn't done professionally. He had his followers come out and paint, including some old ladies. It was horrible. When I say old, they were elderly. And they came out to paint for free. Oh man, lighters. I don't even know what that is up there, but this is crazy. It looked like a diaper. Hit the one. I don't mean to tell y'all to hit the one for that, but it looked like a used diaper right there. I ain't gonna lie. You know it's bad when you got a lighter and a used diaper right there next to the walkway. Anyway, that's crazy. I don't know. I could be wrong. Okay, I'm just saying that's what it looked like. Yeah, Estevanes, this is a school. This is a school. Yeah, that one lady that was sleeping, that was Jimmy. That was for the anti-protest protest. She was standing up. She was standing up. Poor thing. One diaper. What's up, Identity with Hell? Identity with Hell has been around a long time. He's been around. You remember back in the day? He said one diaper. All right. Okay, I think that's it. Oh no, he's going to go again. Again, this fence wasn't there before. That rock right there, he had it looks like little kids did that, where they put their little hands in paint and put it on the rock. No, those were adults that came through that did that. It's just ridiculous. Here's that trash. Yep. Still there. It's been there for months. Yeah, I'm skipping through because I think we've seen a lot of this we saw in the other video. I don't know what that green paint is there for. All right, so there you have it. This is from a couple of days ago. And again, Umar he's had these bandos now for 6 years and 10 months. It will be 7 years in about 2 months. 2 months from now. We'll do a big show for the 7-year anniversary. We do every single year. I want to thank this brother, Uncle Mo TV. Okay, he's here on YouTube. Check him out. Also want to thank brother Jay Witt. He's on YouTube. Check him out. I've had him on my platform before. And then, of course, we had FamerTube. Make sure you check him out. I will put in the comment section for this video, I'll pin it to the top. I'll put links to these videos so you can go and check those out and listen to their commentary. And then I'm also going to put that article that was written about the class action lawsuit against Umar. I'll post that at the top because I want people to go and check that out. I'll post it at the top for the comment section as well. Thank you guys again for tuning on in. We got over 1,000 likes. We had a fantastic show. I want to play one last thing because I brought this up earlier. This is from June 8th of 2019. A lot of these people aren't around anymore, but that one woman, she's in here and she's just acting. I mean, it's a big stage show.
Let me know what y'all think. One by one, you know, quick little testimonial. And I'm going to put Felicia on first. What you think? Just say what you think about the school.
Oh my God. I'm speechless right now. I have no words to say. My heart.
Yeah, I feel bad for, and maybe I shouldn't, but I do. I feel bad for these people. But a lot of them, they don't deal with Umar anymore. They realize he's a hustler and he's a con man.
It's really full. So
powerful.
Yes, wonderful vibration, great energy. Such ancestral presence, definitely. Wonderful sight, and definitely looking for our home team game soon. Yeah,
no doubt.
As I'm talking, I'm very proud to be a part of it, and I also want to say that haters could stop hating.
All right.
I tell people, Tom tells the truth. Ain't no point in going back and forth with people either. Ain't no point. Just be patient. Sometimes they want you to go back and forth. They want that attention. No. Yeah. I built my platform not about on all of that. That's not that. I ain't been my platform. My platform is Cookie Crush Chat, having respect for you all, producing good quality content for you all, having my receipts in order, also having a good time. Right? We have a good time here. Okay? We still got 1,500 people in the building. It's difficult to hold an audience that long when you're just covering Umar. If you're covering other things, maybe, but just covering Umar, very difficult to do that. So don't get lost in all that other stuff. I've been very disciplined in these regards. Focus on your audience, have respect for your audience, and produce the content for your audience. You know, people say what they want to, including this guy about haters. Yeah, but time has told the truth on this. Where's this guy at now? No disrespect to him. But is he still a follower of Umar? Does he still believe that a school is going to open in Wilmington, Delaware? Again, this video is from June 8th of 2019. I don't think he believes in this foolishness anymore. And good.
Also very proud. Second
Go
time
Sharon.
feels even more spiritual, more grounded, more sure. So just really looking forward to, collectively what we're going to do with it.
Gotcha.
Happy to be here, and I'm going to keep supporting this brother, and I'm looking for you all to support this brother because the doc's for real.
One love. Shorty Smalls, don't even try it. God damn.
Well, the school, you're going to do wonderful things.
Wow.
I'm very thankful for the school. It looks great, and I'm just excited about the whole renovation process.
The celebration of what our ancestors would desire for us to do in this time.
Dr. Umar, you did it, and I'm grateful that God raised you up for such a time as this, and I'm so glad to be a part of it. I see leaders and being raised up from this school, and I'm grateful to be a part of it.
Appreciate you.
I love you.
Doc, you the man. Black Power.
Right.
Peace and blessings. We're very proud of you. I'm excited to be in this space. You can feel the fact that black children will no longer be overly criminalized and anything negative. Yeah. It's exciting. This is real. I'm just happy to be here. Black Power.
As it's all right here.
Yeah, I feel sad. That just makes me sad. Yeah, it does. It makes me sad.
And the community is super excited for it as well.
Right.
Guys, Serenity?
When we going home, we have to drive home and then...
Let me get this baby off of here. She was like, I'm ready to go. She's so precious. She was like, when we go home. And rest in peace to Brother Manny here. He passed away. Okay.
On the school, black men out of here. Black men gonna be powerful coming out of here.
No doubt.
That's sad.
I'm kind of speechless too. I'm just so happy and emotional all at the same time.
Aww.
All right.
That's the key. Huh?
We're very blessed. Young black boys are going to have a lot to do up in here.
All right.
Up the mighty nation, we can accomplish what we will.
Yes.
So we need
entertainers.
Yes.
And our athletes get on board.
What?
We need each other.
Yes.
Somebody said that little baby is 20 years old now. This chat room is crazy.
Oh man, as a native of Wilmington, Delaware, man, I just feel like this is beautiful. You know what I mean? Like,
So he's from out there. I wonder what he
think
think now.
You know what I mean? It's beautiful. We don't have nothing here. We got a crazy city right now. This is perfect in the atmosphere, the perfect place to put it at. And I love what y'all doing, man. I'm supporting it 100%, man. 900%.
Yeah, I doubt he's around anymore.
Just proud of what you're doing. You keep going on. I'm gonna definitely support the best way I can, and we're gonna bring the city back.
Appreciate you. Shabika, don't even try it.
She's been trying to run the whole time.
I'm just very happy to be here and proud to be a part of the movement.
All right, all right.
It's for our black boys, man. We're taking back our kids, and we're taking back our education, and we're gonna build up as a nation. Black power.
One love.
Congratulations, I'm not
Keep it down, y'all.
Nobody's hating no more.
This is a huge building, and I hope that you have like a great time just getting it developed and started, and I hope it starts very soon. This is awesome.
God is moving by his spirit. This is the start of something big. It's a beautiful neighborhood. It's a beautiful school. And to God be the glory. Everything is going to be amazing for the students.
This is beautiful and a testament to what black people can do when we unite and pool our resources.
Absolutely.
All right.
Oh, Dr. John.
Here she go. This lady right here is so performative. Oh, Dr. Johnson.
I am so excited about what you've done, but most importantly, I'm excited for the young black men that'll get to take advantage of this opportunity. And my last thing, can I get a job, please?
She rehearsed that for like 2 months. She really did. Just over the top, unnecessary. So unnecessary. Anyway.
I'm very honored to be here. I'm so proud of you and everything that you've accomplished and will accomplish.
This is such a joyous, celebratory event and occasion. As I walk through every classroom, I can see it filled up with beautiful black children, the lives and the minds that are going to be transformed. Powerful.
One love.
Powerful.
Lots of space for lots of growth and opportunity, and I'm excited for the young men that will experience this.
Powerful.
A great investment for our community, and our young brothers will no longer be miseducated.
All right. Sister Ray.
The acquisition of the property, I believe, is the first step. However, we have work to do. But we're making progress.
True that.
I feel like to God be the glory. It's our time and our turn to do something very positive for our community, and you're doing it, and I'm very proud of what's going on.
What, he got some Skittles in his hand or something? A jelly bean? Why he got a red jelly bean in his hand? All
right.
I noticed those kind of things. Anybody else see that? Why he got a jelly bean in his They building schools one jelly bean at a time. I'm being petty. He got a piece of a Twizzler. Somebody said he got a sixth of a Twizzler. Umar broke him off a little. All right, we're almost getting to the part I wanted to get to. I needed a laugh. We've been too serious.
Our time and our turn to do something very positive for our community.
I hope my wife cooks something. I'm hungry.
You're doing it, and I'm very proud of what's going on.
All right.
He was holding on.
Dr. Umar, for the vision and the dream that you have for the community,
Oh,
and the
so
legacy that
sad.
you'll leave for many. And we just come from America, Buffalo area to celebrate that.
Oh,
We
okay.
just, from our hearts, we know the best is going to happen here.
Appreciate it.
Okay, I think she's saying Buffalo, New York. She came out.
God bless.
This is the brother that Umar owed a couple of thousands of dollars and took Umar to court for it. And from what I know, he won, but Umar never paid him. It's sad. He just used him. You know, that's what Umar does.
Brother Umar, family, and friend, and to all those who don't believe, the work that we really have to do is become believers. I'm here, my name Icy Don from New York, all the way to Delaware, to let you know this is real. And it's now your turn to do what you have to do. Now, you need to do about like 12 folds, whatever this man did, and take the pressure of 12 folds of what this man did. everyone should handle their business now.
Well, what can I say, Dr. Umar? Thanks you for your vision. Thank you for your perseverance. But the bottom line is it's time to get to work. It's time to donate so that we can make August 21st, 1919 happen as far as the celebration. And August 20th.
Yeah, I think she's saying 2019 and not 1919. Although she could be talking about 1990. I'm going to assume. Anyway, she has a twin sister too.
2020. You know, for our man, thank you for being the vehicle to turn the situation around, not only for, you know, us women, but
Yeah, I wonder if these people still believe in Umar these days.
particularly for
Damn, 3,000? He got you for 3,000? Damn.
African men, and thank you. And the bottom line is, you know, donate and get to work, making it happen.
Appreciate you.
Well, here's her twin right
Well,
here.
Dr. Umar, the story has been written. I do feel the life in this building growing. I feel the life in this building that just totally unseen. If folks are really serious, you will go home, grab at least 5 people, and have each of those 5 people donate $20 to the school. That is my challenge.
Man.
Hello, I drove in from Maryland today, but I'm just a kid from Akron.
Just doing too much. Doing too much. She went over to Africa with Umar for the African safari freak off back in the day. Just doing too much. Miss LeBron Tunde. I mean, if she want to come on and share her story, she's welcome to do so. She probably wouldn't want to, but she's welcome to do so.
I appreciate everything that Dr. Umar is doing for our children, that he's building
He's not doing anything for the children, lady.
children instead of focusing on repairing adults.
Yeah, no, that's what it was. It was an African safari freak off. That was before everybody knew about the P. Diddy freak offs. We did shows on that a long time ago. That's where they got the freak off, because I told the people about the freak off. I said it was African safari freak off. Then they said that P. Diddy heard it. So he said he gonna want to have a freak off. I know the timeline don't work on that, but anyway, I'll take credit for it. Anyway, yeah, he would take them over there and all these women, and it was a freak off type of situation. She went over there with him.
And I hope that all the celebrities and politicians and everyone with money will have the courage to stand up and support this venture.
Girl, please cut it out. You just a kid from Akron. If you don't stop.
I'm so proud of you, Dr. Umar.
This lady, she's really nice. I could tell. It's so sad that these women got caught up with Umar like this.
It's been a long journey, but your vision has finally come true. Now it's the family's turn. Donate, donate, donate.
There's talk and there's action.
Yes.
Dr. Umar, 2020, please donate. Jab Jab family, bim and bam. Enough love.
Yeah, Jaja Flammy, right on.
Great oasis, great building, great everything, great spot. It's a blessing. Support the movement. But for us, by us. That's the only how you're gonna
Fubu.
get to the point where we need to be at. So for us, by us. Respect.
It's a beautiful school. It's been a long time coming. I'm proud of you.
This lady pretty.
And I'm excited to see what comes out.
Thank you, Queen.
I sat
Here she go. I like this lady. Watch this.
From the African American History Museum in Cleveland, and this place is amazing. This is what we can do when we organize. We are doing this. Everybody talk about it can't be done. We're here. We're in the school. I'm going to keep donating money. I'm going to keep helping. Dr. Johnson is the man who organized us.
Yeah, girl, go ahead, girl. Go ahead, girl. Girl, go ahead. He organized y'all. Now this building looked like an atomic bomb went off on it. No, she was. She has some good energy, you know, like yeah. She was hype. She had charisma. I like that. I like her. She's he's the man that organized. She was like, no, he didn't. Cut it out. But it's good that she could go there like that. She got skills. Now we get to what I want to show you. Here she is, Justine, or whatever her name is. Watch this.
Hi, everyone. Francis from Cleveland, Ohio. I just want this to be a testament to all the trolls, all the haters, all these CIA informants that were online trying to gander hate and ill feelings toward.
Okay, let me be clear about something, ma'am. I'm not trying to gander anything. Okay? I'm not trying to gander nothing. I'll say it that way. Whatever you talking about. Let me stop. This is Francis. She's from Cleveland. She inside the Awaken movie. Let me play this lady again. I like this lady better. Hold on a second. Here she goes.
This is what we can do when we organize. We are doing this. Everybody talk about it can't be done. We're here. We're in the school. I'm going to keep donating money. I'm going to keep helping. Dr. Johnson is the man who organized us.
Yes. Hi,
Yeah.
everyone. Francis from Cleveland, Ohio.
Here she goes.
I just want this to be a testament to all the trolls, all the haters, all these CIA informants that were online trying to gander hate and ill feelings towards a visionary. And I want him to know that I love him, I respect him, and I appreciate all the personal sacrifices he's making for our children.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Sister Francis. Thank you.
You doing too much. You doing too much. I remember when I first saw it, I felt a little emotion. I did. I ain't gonna lie. I felt a little emotion. I said, oh, because I don't like to see women. I just don't like, because I feel like I did something wrong. I mean, you know what I'm talking about? When they start doing like the, you don't even know. You just walking down the street. You be like, oh, what did I do? I done fucked up, you know? But now, no, because this is the woman that after everything takes place with Marianne Lawrence, she's in the film. She calls Marianne Lawrence on behalf of Umar. Do y'all know that? She's in the film. Look. School. I'm sorry.
It is a business.
I thought she was in the trailer. I can put, yeah, she is. She in the trailer because I remember I first saw her. There she go. There she go right there. So she called Marianne after all this happens. She calls Mary. This is more recently. She calls Marianne to try to on behalf of Umar because Umar wanted to silence Marianne, and this woman tried to participate in that process, and Marianne had her in the movie. That's trifling. But if you go back to 2019, she up in here doing all these shenanigans, just doing too much. This lady was doing too much too, but you can tell, like, you know, she just has charisma, and I like
We're
that.
in the school. I'm gonna keep donating money. I'm gonna keep helping. Dr. Johnson is the man who organized us.
Here we go.
Hi, everyone. Francis from Cleveland, Ohio. I just want this to be a testament to all the trolls, all the haters, all these CIA informants that were online trying to gander hate and ill feelings towards a visionary. And I want him to know that I love him, I respect him, and I appreciate all the personal sacrifices he's making for our children.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Sister Francis. Thank you so much.
Yes. All right, we're gonna cut it right there. I know we're supposed to have a short show, but we had a little bit of a mini marathon. We'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna get back to our regularly scheduled programming. We're doing this year-end review. Tomorrow we're gonna get into the fish tank video. Okay, that's another one of Umar's rants. It's got to be in the top 5, at least top 10. That's what we're gonna cover. tomorrow. And then if there's anything else that happens between today and tomorrow, we will definitely cover that. There's been so much going on. I want to thank everyone in the Cookie Crush chat for coming on in and tuning on in. And thank you for all your support over these many years. Thanks to everyone who's been around, even when I was struggling. Okay. I can't reiterate to people, don't let people shame you for your failures, especially if you're succeeding now. Okay. Because life, it's a marathon. And sometimes we get sidetracked. Sometimes we get lost. I've been lost. I'll admit it. I own up. I own it. Right? Hold myself accountable. But thank the Lord, okay, through not just faith, but also a lot of hard work. I'm in a much better position today. My family is too. And we still got a long way to go. I say that humbly. Right. So I just want to remind people as we close out this year, every single day affords you an opportunity to either get back on track or keep moving in the right direction. I want to encourage you all in your life to do that. And don't let nobody shame you for where you've been or what you've done. Just do better. Okay, that's all it comes down to. That's what life is all about. Thank you guys again. I want to thank everyone who sent in super chats. I appreciate that. There's a couple more here I want to make sure I get to. Also, thanks to the moms for handling the business. Thanks for everyone who hit that like button, everyone who voted on the poll. Chaotic Man became a member. Thank you so much. User 225 says hoarders show loss of humanity. That is horrible. Yeah, I can't watch it. It's just too much for me. User 225 says black mode on the wall. Nah, that's Umar Johnson. Don't do that. All right. TJ says, Lenon, the smell is coming from those toilets. It's possible that there may be some sewage issues. That's possible. But in the other video, I'm talking about Family Tube. I mean, we could ask him. He specifically said it smelled like a dead animal. And that's a distinctive smell compared to, let's say, if the toilets are backed up or there's some plumbing issues on the external where there's stuff. There's no telling. I mean, it could be a combination of the two. Either way, it was a problem when Family Tube went up there the first time, which was months ago, and it's a problem still today. Umar hasn't rectified that. Yeah. It could be, though. It could be. I'm not going to find out. I'll tell you that right now. Thank you, TJ. And Merry Christmas. Happy New Year to you. Uncle Mo TV is in it. Okay, yeah. Uncle Mo TV was in the building. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for taking the time to go do that recording. And what I'll do again, I'm going to, in the comment section, I'll put a link directly to your video and I'll pin it to the top so that they can go over and watch the full video and listen to your commentary as well. You got a gang of subscribers. You need to tell me what you got going on so I can get my subscriber count up. Okay. Thank you so much again for going up there. Much respect to you and continued success here on YouTube. Okay. I don't know if I ever get to 1,000. I'm just trying to make it day by day. Thank you, East B. And shout out to East B too, because you've been around a long time. Thank you so much for being a member for 9 months as well. I appreciate you all. I appreciate you. Joan became a member. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Your kids will see us that those banners are waterlogged. It looks like it. It looks like it. There's a lot of issues going on. Who knows what's going on with the foundation? Because see, if you have water, I haven't brought this up, but if you have water, there's no downspout and the water is going straight down the wall, then the mold builds up and there's also going to be damage that's going to be taking place on the interior of that wall. But what happens is that water continues to go down the side and goes down the side of the building down into the foundation. That's what the water spouts are for. The water spouts are to redirect all the water that's coming on the roof, to redirect it away from the foundation. That's a key point right there. That's a key point. I haven't brought that up. It just came to mind. So yeah, they're waterlogged because the downspouts aren't there. And that water, whenever it rains or when the snow melts, it's going to run right down that side of that wall where you see that mold, and it's going to go seep down into the foundation. That's a huge issue. Anyone who has a home, you know what I'm talking about. That's a huge issue. Okay. Thank you. Your kids will see. That's a really good point right there. Thank you so much. TC says, any updates on the health department closing it? Not that I know of. I haven't heard anything to that effect. Again, the EPA did their report. Umar, he's been sitting on these buildings for a long time. They'll never pass inspection because that's going to be considered too. They're going to look into that EPA report. And there's a lot of issues with these buildings. There was issues prior to Umar purchasing these buildings. In fact, the foundation failed. I believe it was in 2009, if memory serves me correctly. I don't know which building it was. Excuse me, but that could be a significant issue even to this day. In fact, one of those ramps, if you go up to it, you can see how stuff is tilted, and there's something going on right there. It could have to. Some of this may have to do with the fact that whenever you see that mold going down the side, that's water that's going straight down the side of the building, and it's not being forced away from the building, so it's seeping down into the foundation. Right? Excuse me. Thank you, TJ. I need me something to drink. Ryan says he's hoarding these buildings. Yeah, basically, because they could have been repurposed for the Boys and Girls Club, and that would have been wonderful for those children who stay in that area. And I've seen children ride bikes by there when Umar's live streaming. He's called the police on these kids. He's taken away a whole sports type of complex for these kids. They could have after-school programs and sports leagues and all that kind of stuff. He takes it all of that away when he purchased these trap banners and been sitting on them. He's been hoarding these buildings for the. That's right. He's hoarding these buildings, okay, and then collecting money for a school that does not exist. Okay. Thank you, Ryan. James says one of them boys is the plug. I don't know. Ain't no telling. Ain't no telling with Umar. Okay, he got plugs in different area codes. Let me stop. Thanks, James. John sent in the super sticker. Thanks so much. Chaotic says a gem of nuts. Now, I wouldn't say that because some of these people are genuinely good people. They just got caught up. Some of them crazy. Yeah, probably. But no, I can tell. Like some of these women, I could tell these are good, decent women, and they believed in the wrong person, and they got lost in the sauce. They got caught up, but you don't see them around anymore. Back then, Umar used to have, because he used to floss, as we used to say in Southern California. And, it's almost like he was bragging back then. Like, look, I got a school, I got these buildings, blah, blah, blah. Here we are all these years later, and not one black child has been educated. And based upon the video evidence that we covered today, again, shout out to Family Tube, Uncle Mo, and Uncle Mo TV, and Brother Jay Witt. The video evidence proves that they're in worse condition now than they were before. So those people, okay, they were deceived back then. Umar is the great deceiver of our time in the black conscious space. A lot of those people, they're not focused on Umar anymore. They're not supporting Umar like that. I'm sure there probably are some that do, but no. And if any of them ever want to come forward and talk about their experience, how they found out about Umar, why they believed in him, how much money they sent to him, at what point did they stop believing, they're welcome to come on my show. Okay, reach out. All right, I'm a fair guy. I'm not here to hate on anybody or nothing like that. That's not the purpose. I'm here to inform and then have a good time in the process. I like to entertain. Right? It's like when my daughter, she had a party. It was so many kids here. It was ridiculous for her last birthday party. I mean, there was kids in 4 or 5 kids talking in the bathroom downstairs. 4 or 5 kids in the other bathroom with 4 or 5 kids, and it was packed in the other bathroom. And then you had kids outside, and it was. I had to go and get Popeye's chicken and shit. I don't know how much I probably spent a couple grand for that birthday party. And they kept coming. I said, I thought it was going to be about 10, maybe 12 people. I mean, I don't even know how many people. It was packed. I don't even know how I got on it. But anyway, I had a flashback. Okay. You triggered me somehow. Anyway, let's keep going here. I'm almost done here. John says black. Yeah, she wanted a black job. Okay, all right. College of Natural Health Science says the reason I brought up this party was because I wasn't there. I was there to make sure that all the kids had a good time, right? So I'm not there like necessarily enjoying. There was a shortage of food because we didn't realize how many kids was coming. So I had to run to Popeyes, and then we went somewhere else, and I probably spent about $400 of food and we already had food at the house. But we had to go get pizza too. So we got a gang of Popeyes and a gang of pizzas, and then brought it all back. And then the point is that during that whole time, I was just kind of like playing host. I would check in on kids. You doing okay? Are you hungry? Go and make sure you get something to eat. This is blah, 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 blah. That type of thing. The point is that I like to entertain in that way. Okay, I'm not a party guy, but I like to see other people have a good time. That's why I get on here and we hang out. Now, I want you guys to have a good time. That's the point. Okay. The only life in those buildings is mold. That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like, evidently. And it's not just on the outside. There's mold on the inside. Okay. Thank you, College of Natural Health Science. Miranda says, hey, Lenon Cooker says, I missed the show tonight, babysitting. Okay, we'll catch the replay. Thanks, bro, for all your hard work and keeping us informed. Hashtag Cooker Chat. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, check the archive. Thank you so much for the super chat, and Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to you. We're coming up on a New Year. We will be doing a New Year marathon, New Year's Eve marathon. Okay, we'll hang out for at least 6 hours. Okay. Thank you, Miranda, for the super chat. Blessings to you. What's up, James? Says Dr. Umar had the ultimate hustle, took advantage of all those brothers and sisters' feelings that really tried to help the kids. Yeah, and key point that you're making here is a lot of this is emotionalism. Umar played on the emotions of Black people. If people approach this FDMG concept logically and with reasonably, okay, you use logic and reason, you ask critical questions, and you set the emotions aside, you would see it for what it is. But Umar is a master manipulator, and he plays on people's emotions. One of the main emotions that he plays on for Black people is fear, in particular single Black mothers who have all types of fears about their sons. And I get it. Okay, me and my wife, we've been together now for almost 25 years. And even as we're raising our children together, I have concerns for my children, in particular my boys. They're Black. Hey, it is what it is, right? So can you imagine a single mother who doesn't have the support of her husband or of a husband or of the child's father? Okay, Umar, can you imagine how difficult that must be, and how much fear must be a part of that? Well, dealing with their sons. Well, that's where Umar, he steps. He's a master manipulator. That's one of the reasons why he's been able to, his main support base is single Black mothers. He's a master manipulator. He's the great deceiver of our time. And I'm here to expose him for what he is, to keep people safe, and in particular, Black women and Black children. Okay. Now, the dudes that want to follow behind this man's skirt, you do what you want to do. You do what you want to do. But I have a duty as a man to keep children safe and to keep women safe. And there is no compromise on that. So that's in part why I do what I do when I do what I do dealing with Umar. No Diddy. Anyway, I gotta be careful now. I gotta be careful, especially with the room. You remember the room? What room number was that? 150 or some shit. Okay, thanks, James. And salute to James as we close out this year. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, a lot of these live streams this year would not have happened without James. So make sure y'all give him a shout out. Okay, because I don't follow Umar like I used to. James will send me links and then he say, he just went live, check this out, blah, blah, blah. I found this, I found that. A lot of these lives this year would not have popped off without James. So salute to you, sir. Thank you so much. And y'all make sure you give him some props, because a lot of this wouldn't have happened this year. Thank you so much, James. Appreciate it. Thanks for super chat. Everyone else too, for all the super chats. Mrs. Monica says she's an actress indexed. If there was a CIA informants involved, he would have been busted a long time ago. Yeah, she's just talking. See, and when I first saw the video, I gave her some grace, but now to see how she tried to do Marianne Lawrence, I don't appreciate that. She called Marianne Lawrence on behalf of Umar. I don't know if Marianne Lawrence shared this with everybody. I probably shouldn't even be saying this if she didn't tell people. But this lady, I already had cats out the bag. This lady has the nerve to call Marianne Lawrence to try to make amends, to try to, I guess, get her and Umar, Marianne Lawrence and Umar to be good with each other. What are you talking about? What you trying to gander? Francis, cut it out. Talking about CIA informants. You don't stop. If that was CIA informants, Umar would have been under the jail a long time ago. Anyway, let me stop. You see me getting mad. Lenon crashing out. I just don't like that. That's supposed to be your sister, right? Black women, you can't have it both ways. You want Black men to do right, but then you defending people like Umar and going against your own sisters in the process. That's wrong, Francis. She had you in that movie, Francis. You shouldn't have done that. You should be ashamed of yourself, lady. Real talk. Talking about CIA and ganders. Sound like Umar. Goose, ganders, loosey-goosies, all this shit. I don't want to hear all that. Anyway, thank you, Mrs. Monica. Happy New Year. Okay, thank you guys again for tuning on in. Everyone in Cook Ranch Chat's undefeated. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate each and every one of you. And as we always do.
Oh my gosh, so you're fancy, huh?
Yeah, Black community activist. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
Well, good for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
See her eyes shine, she's my snow bunny queen. In the winter lights, she's my sweet dove of cream. Touch to my nose, this lover's got is so raw. Make you goose, stepping out of control.
Let me turn this down. Thank you guys so much. I want to see some snow bunnies in there in the chat room. I need to see me some snow bunnies as we get up out of here. Thank you so much, everyone. What's up, everyone? That's for you.
In the winter light, so she's my sweet dust of free. Touch my nose, this love was
Yeah.
so raw. Make you goose, stepping out.
Yeah, that's a good point, Go-Go. Good point.
So funny.
This video is crazy. Oh, good, good. Congratulations, Keylogger. Yeah, that makes me happy. I don't mean to pause it, but Keylogger's been around for a long time. Congratulations on that. Let us know when you graduate, okay, so we can celebrate. Yeah, that's awesome. Let's go. Okay, don't do that now. Come on now. Here comes the H-back. Oh, not yet, not yet.
Crush.
That's that jungle stick.
Crush.
What's that room number? I gotta say it. Okay, here comes the H-back. Here comes the H-back. Right here. Here it goes. There it goes. Hey, Amina, Sweet Tea, Rivka, S.A. Play. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, 130, room 130. Shout out room 130, everybody. No diddy, no diddy. Yeah, room 130, no diddy, no diddy. Okay, thank you guys so much. We'll be back with tomorrow with another live stream. We're going to pick it up with Umar Johnson's rant against Lenon. We'll start. I'll give a little background about what took place with Lenon initially, right? Because this is an ongoing saga. She has a court case dealing with Umar too. He has litigation on different fronts here at this point, including a class action lawsuit from donors, 40 of them. But tomorrow we will get back to, unless Umar goes live or something really big happens, we'll go back and continue with our 2025 review. And we're going to start with an overview of what took place with Lenon initially. And then we're going to watch the Umar's first video where he responds. And that would be the fish tank video. Horrible. One of the worst videos he's done. And that would also be, I would say, in the top 5 for sure, in the top 10 of Umar Johnson rant videos, worst videos that Umar's ever done. Thank you guys again for tuning on in. Again, I just want to thank you all and also express my love and appreciation to everyone inside the Cookie Crush chat as we continue to move into the new year. I wish you, everyone, lots of success, and I love y'all. Okay, take care. Peace.